React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React. React, 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 React India. React India. React, React, React. React, React, React India. React India. React, React, React. React, React, React India. React India. React, React. React, React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React. React, 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 React India. React India. React, React, React. React, 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 React India. React India. React, React, React. React, 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 React India. React India. React, React, React. React, React, React India. India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React React India. React India. React. 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 React. React, 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 React India. React India. React, React, React India. React India. React, React. React India. React India. React, React. React India. React India. React, React.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining. Sorry for the bit late start. We have some people joining on site that will be a bit later, but well, let's get started either way. So this workshop will be an introduction to GraphQL. Has anyone ever used GraphQL before? 2 people, 3 people maybe? Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. So today will be an introduction to GraphQL, how you can use it in your front-end project, and I also have an example GraphQL API for you that you could take home. And everything will be in a GitHub repo. So if you want to finish the workshop later on, or you don't have enough time to finish everything, or you want to do it maybe in a month, then you can use the same repo. And I will be transforming this into a course as well. So at the end, I will give you a form that you can sign, and then you can just leave your email address, and then I will give you the course for free as soon as it comes out, probably near the end of the year. So that way you, so don't feel stressed if you don't have enough time to finish anything. So who am I? My name is Roy. You can find me on Twitter with the handle @GetHackTeam. I work at StepSend, which is a GraphQL as a service company. And I also wrote a couple of books about React. So if you want to know more about that later on, also feel free to ask me. And you can also find tons of videos I shoot on React, GraphQL, and TypeScript on YouTube as well. So today, I mostly want to show you how you can use GraphQL from a front-end perspective. Not so much how to build a GraphQL API. If you want to know more about building GraphQL APIs, just follow me on Twitter, and I'll be sure to help you there. So today will be mostly front-end with React. I will be using Apollo client, but I can also give you some information how to use other clients, because in the end, GraphQL is just HTTP. So you can use whatever front-end framework or client you're used to for sending HTTP requests. So that's all fine as well, but today will be mostly Apollo client because it has some specifics that help you working with GraphQL APIs, but you can use with any other fetching library as well. There is a repo for today's workshop. So if you can go here, you can scan the QR code or go to this GitHub address, and then you will be finding a GitHub repository, which is all the setup steps as well. So I think you should be able to scan the QR code or go to the website. Does everyone have Wi-Fi or other way to access the internet? No Wi-Fi? Or you have it? Does someone not have Wi-Fi or a way to access the internet? No? Okay. Then we should be fine. Yeah, so if you just go to this website, you can try and clone the repository. You can also try to download the zip and then use that zip to set it up on your machine. That might be faster. So you can try both ways. So just leave the QR code up here. But if you go to the repository, you will find this. So it's just GitHub. There's a button here which you can use to clone it. You can just copy paste this and then run git clone inside your terminal. But you can also download the files by downloading the zip. So that might be faster depending on your internet. So if you would download the zip, you can just open it on your machine and then extract it somewhere on your computer, and then inside the zip you will have these files. And then you just go to the introduction for today, and then the setup instructions will also be there. If you press this button or go there on your machine, you can find how to do it. If you're on the hotel Wi-Fi, I believe Yarn is faster than NPM, so you can try that as well. Might help you a bit. And then if you have the folder on your machine, it will look something like this. And you should just go into the introduction, just cd into there. And then you can run npm install or yarn. And as I said before, on the internet hotel Wi-Fi, the yarn might be faster. So that's a good thing to know. So let's take a couple of minutes to set this all up. Let me get this slide back. Where is it? It's here. So yeah, we can take a couple more minutes. If you have any issues, then also please let me know. I think if you experience issues online, If there is a chat, you can paste something there, and then maybe one of the volunteers for the conference can go there and let us know that there are questions. Yes, if you just came in, you can just go to this web page, and then you will find the GitHub repository there. You can also scan the QR code. Maybe if you have, I see some paper. So if you're with a group, maybe just write down the address so people can set it up while we continue. So if you're in this repository, the only thing you need to do is go to the introduction directory and then run npm install or yarn there. And if you have any issues, feel free to raise your hand or just ask the person sitting next to you. Maybe you can help each other. That's usually the fastest way to do so. Just take 1 more minute and then we'll continue with the introduction. Okay. Well, I hope everyone was able to set it up. If you haven't, just ask the person next to you. Maybe he or she can help you. So before telling you a bit more about what GraphQL is, let's have a look at a REST API. Because if you know REST, it probably will be easier to understand GraphQL and what the differences are and why the one should be an improvement from the other. So a REST API, if you're currently working with REST APIs, you typically have multiple endpoints. So if you have let's say you have an account in your database, so if your table called accounts, you probably have multiple endpoints to get accounts out of there. It will be like a general endpoint to list all the accounts. You probably have an endpoint to get a single account. You probably have endpoints to change the account. And you probably also have different endpoints to get a relationship to that account. So maybe like an address or an order or anything else that might be related to that account from within your database. So REST APIs have multiple endpoints. That's one of the well, in my opinion, a downside of a REST API. Because suppose you're working on this project. I mean, most people get contacted by recruiters every week, telling them about new projects they should be picking up. So let's suppose you start working on the e-commerce platform of the future. And I'll be using this example to show you why GraphQL can be an improvement of REST. So let's suppose you start working on the e-commerce platform of the future. It is an application, it has a database, a REST API, some JavaScript, some React. Let's say the product page looks like this. You'll have a title, a thumbnail, rating, some breadcrumbs for the category, and then also the price. I wouldn't really say it's the e-commerce platform of the future yet, because they're not using GraphQL, they're using REST, they're tied to a single database. Maybe they're using JavaScript instead of TypeScript, so there are plenty of reasons why this won't be the e-commerce platform of the future. But let's zoom in on the GraphQL part. Because if you are using REST, you probably need multiple endpoints to fill this page. You can see it on the colors. So the information in green is coming from the products endpoint. So this will probably be a table in your database. You have products information there, like their ID, title, description, maybe more. Sometimes you can see categories would be inside the table for products, but it will be harder to scale. Maybe your ratings are also in the same table. That's something you could do. Probably it isn't the best way to scale your application. Then for the breadcrumbs for categories, you would also have a separate endpoint. Probably be something like /product, /the ID, /categories. And then there will be ratings as well. So these ratings for this product will also come from a separate database table. Or maybe they come from a different API. Maybe you have an API for like a rating system. If you want to fill this page, you typically need 3, 4, maybe more REST API endpoints, which in my opinion is a downside because there are multiple patterns you can do. You either wait for all the information to load, which is something you could do. You can lazy load it. So maybe you start sharing the title before you have the thumbnail, before you have the categories, and before you have the price. Or maybe you just, maybe you just wait for the whole thing as a whole and it's server-side rendered. So there are multiple patterns here. Probably all patterns will lead to inefficient queries. So that's why GraphQL can be an improvement. But before I show you why, let's look at another downside. So we have multiple endpoints. You also have fixed data structures. So if you have a REST API call, you typically get a JSON back, but the JSON will always have the same structure. So it will have 10 fields or 100 or maybe just 1. So you can imagine if your REST API is structured like this on top of your database. So we have these different tables. We have products, product categories, product ratings. And then we have products endpoint, products categories endpoint, and also an endpoint for ratings. It probably will be a one-to-one direction from your database because most people don't really do that much optimizations in their REST API. But also, if these tables have tons of information that you don't really use, so if you look at products, you can see there's an ID which we're using, a title, a thumbnail, and a price. But there's also information about the status, about the created timestamp, about the revision timestamp. Maybe there's more information in there that you don't really need on this page. Or maybe you're just loading a large home page in which you don't want to show the ratings, or don't want to show the thumbnail, or don't want to show whatever. So there's tons of information you don't really need. The same for categories. Maybe you have metadata of the category, like a thumbnail for the category, a description, maybe a separate SEO description, maybe you have links to other categories from a category. This is all information you don't need. And the same for the rating. Maybe you just want to show the aggregated rating, so the average one on your home page, and only load all the ratings when people click on a button or a tab or go to a different page. So there's tons of info you don't really need, which is, in my opinion, a large downside of REST APIs. You try to make them as generic as possible so you can use them everywhere, but on the same side is also a downside, because if you want to use just a few parts of this REST API, it will lead to inefficient data queries from your client. So suppose if you go back to this product page, you will need to send 3 different requests, which might take some time. As I said, there are different patterns. You could lazy load things or you couldn't. But you also have 3 enormous blobs of JSON flowing in. And depending on the size of these JSON files, it can be a huge hassle. We have some people in the audience that have just 1 gigabyte of data. Let's suppose they should be downloading this page every second. They probably run out pretty fast. So it's something you don't really want to do for your users, but also for your own servers. So GraphQL fixes this by having a single endpoint. So instead of having to send 3 different requests for this page, we just have one, as I'll show you in a bit. And you also have flexible data structures. So instead of requesting all these fields, you just request the fields that you actually need. And it is just, maybe I said it before, it is just a HTTP request. Not always, but most of the times GraphQL is applied over HTTP, meaning you can just do a curl request or use Postman, use any data fetching client-faced library that you want, or probably the different ways to send a request to a REST API, the same ways you can do with a GraphQL API, with some small differences. So it's always a post request. So when you send a request to a GraphQL API, it's always post. Maybe someone has an idea why? No, that's fine. It's always a post request because you need to send a JSON blob. So when you send a request to GraphQL, you have a GraphQL endpoint. As you can see there, it's usually /GraphQL. But you also need to send a JSON blob or something else to this GraphQL API containing the query. So we have a set of operations in GraphQL. The first one is a query, which is a read-only request. But every time you send a request to the GraphQL API, you need to append this GraphQL query. Otherwise, GraphQL has no idea what to return. They know you sent a request, but they need to know what you want to request. And with HTTP, if you want to send a body, you would need to use a post request. So that's why everything is post in GraphQL. And we have 3 sets of operations. The first one is a query, which is most comparable to a GET request in HTTP. So if you send a GET request to a REST API, you're typically not mutating data, you're only extracting data to use it in your app. So a query is similar to a GET call, which is always read-only. And then we have mutation, which is to mutate data. So if you would send a post, a put, or a patch, or a delete method for your HTTP, then this will be similar. So you're mutating data, you want to change something, you can either insert it, or you want to delete it, you want to change it. Put and patch is all the same in HTTP usually, because most people don't really use them for separate reasons. And in GraphQL we just have one thing called mutation. There is a third operation type called subscriptions, which we're not really using today, but they're similar to queries and mutations. They just have some small abstraction layer to make it usable for real-time data. But it's something we're not really using. There is also, well, it's questionable if you actually want to use subscriptions or just want to do polling, because GraphQL already is efficient. But that's maybe something we can use for Q&A after the workshop. So 2 things we'll be focusing on today are queries and mutations, which are used to read data or to mutate data, as the word says. And it all depends on the GraphQL schema. So the API we'll be using today also has a GraphQL schema, which looks a bit like you have on the left, just with different fields. In there you can see there are type definitions. If you're familiar with TypeScript, you probably know how to write types. The syntax just is a bit different. Or the syntax is pretty much the same, only the names of the types are slightly different. And in here you have types, you also have operations. So you describe the data structure, and then on the bottom you can see we have a query. So in the schema you can also find the possible operations. So with a REST API you typically don't really know what to expect unless they have some documentation for you, which often they don't. In here you just have an operation type defined in your schema, and that way you already know how to do it. So you describe the data structure and you will set the possible queries. And then the query you send to this GraphQL API, it will look a bit like this. So you define the operation type, you define the name of the query, which is product in this case, you append an ID, so a parameter, and then you just define all the fields that you want to request. So title, thumbnail, some reviews with some fields in there as well, and then offers as well. And then the data specification, if you look at the structure of it, if you go to the return type, you can see it has the same format. So it will always come within a data field, and then you can find it has product information like the title, the thumbnail. It also has the offers, it has reviews. So the same information you requested will also be in your return field. So this will also make it very predictable for you as a developer, because you know I'm sending a query, I can expect these fields, and that way it will be easier for you to implement it in your app as well. So how to implement this will be today's workshop. Going back. So today's implementation will be on the front end. I already made a GraphQL API that you could use. All the code is in the repository, so you can make changes to the API if you would want to, but you don't have to for this today's workshop. So to circle back, we have the repository here. Does everyone in the audience has the repository on their machine? Does someone have any issues with setting up the repository? No? Okay, great. So this is the repository again. If we would go there in Google, it will look like this, or any other browser. And for today, or for this morning, you need to go to the introduction directory. So you either click on it in here. What I like to do is, while you do the exercises, is have your browser open on this page with the README, in which all the exercises are listed, and then open your editor. I'm using VS Code, but you can use whatever you like on a separate page, so that way you can go back and forward between the exercises and with the actual code that you're building for today. So you need to clone it, and then you go to the introduction directory, and in there you just run npm install or yarn. If you're on the hotel Wi-Fi, yarn might be faster, so that's something to keep in mind. And then you can just run npm start or yarn start, which will start the application. So make sure you're on the main branch. You can see there are quite some, because it also has all the solutions for the exercises. So if you are stuck, you can always use them as an scapegoat, or just ask me, or maybe someone sitting next to you. So that's something to know. If you want to look back at the exercise and find the solution in your browser, you can also just use this toggle here to go there. But I would recommend you to not try and look at the solution before you try to build the exercise yourself. So on your computer, make sure that you have the thing cloned. And then, I think my terminal got stuck. Just open it again. And then I think it's here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so make sure to use Node, and then if we go back to the branches, as I said, there are many. So this is a whole list. Just get out of there, and then cd to the main branch. So git check out main. Make sure you are in the introduction directory. And then in there you need to run npm install or yarn. And then you can just do yarn or npm start to start the application. And I think I used npm to install, so I need to use npm start. In the introduction. Npm install again to be sure. So this will install dependencies that you can find in the package.json file. There aren't that many, just React, React scripts. I use create React app, which is just the easiest to set up for today, but also not having to explain you any framework-specific things. If you want to build this app for production, you can just take all the GraphQL code and put it inside Next.js or Remix or Astro or whatever you prefer to build your production-ready apps. So now I can do npm start, which will start my application in a separate. So this I built a small Hacker News clone, make it a bit bigger. It doesn't do that much. It takes the practical dev articles and places them in this Hacker News app. There are some filters that you can use. Let's see, I also hooked them up, so that's easy for you. And then if you would go to the network tab, you can see the requests to GraphQL are being made here. So you can see it's just REST. I will use the GraphQL later, so sorry for that. So just the REST API. You can see the request in your network tab. It's go to practical dev. And then if you click on an article, it will send another one to get the information. And to give you the example, so this is all the information practical dev sends back to you. But the only thing we're using is the title and the body HTML. So it's already the first example of why REST is not really needed here. If we go back to the app, and then also use filters. They will also have a separate endpoint. And for all the articles, you can also see this ton of information being returned. So that's quite a lot. If we go to the exercises, like I said, it's best to open up your Chrome browser and just view the README there. Something you could do is install Apollo Client DevTools in your browser. It will help you to do things. And then something else you can do, in the solutions I have pasted the GraphQL endpoint that you can use. You can also npm install stepzen and then build your own GraphQL API that works with this. So what you would then do is you would create a new terminal. Just split it. And if you're inside the introduction app, you would go to, so this is the introduction app. And the only thing you need to do here for now is just run npm install for stepzen, which you can use the CLI to get a free GraphQL API based on some files that are in the next branch for the first exercise. So if you would install this on the site, you can run the API specifically. Otherwise, there's also a public endpoint in the solutions that you can use if you don't want to set up the API yourself. So while this is running on the back side, you can see the CLI is installed. So you use the CLI to either sign up and create a GraphQL API with that's secure, or you can also use it publicly. In that way, you don't need to share any information in case you don't want to. So this is my starter app. It's using REST. It's a practical React app. It doesn't have that much information. And in the exercises, there are 10 or 11 for this morning workshop. We're going to be building this out with GraphQL. So the first part is swapping out all the REST for GraphQL, and the GraphQL API is already there. And then we'll be adding new features like doing upvotes, doing more filtering. What else? We're going to do some mutations. So there's tons of things we're going to do today to build out this app and transform it to GraphQL. So if you have the exercises in a separate tab, you can see the first exercise, meaning you should be going to the branch for this exercise, which I don't know if I pushed it. Let me check. So git branch. Yeah, so I think for this you should be going to, I probably need to refetch it. So 1 second, let me take this file and copy it there. So let me git add. Yeah, so for the first exercise, you need to be going to this branch. So git checkout, and then you can type introduction/x1. And if you're using it on your local machine, you probably need to do git fetch before, just to make sure that you have this latest branch. If I run it here, you can see it's pulling all the new branches for me, and then it should show the introduction exercise 1 branch here as well. So this will have this directory for steps in, which you can then cd into to start the GraphQL API, or you can also use the GraphQL API from the solutions. Going to exercise 3, you can find the GraphQL API somewhere here. It's probably this one, no, home. So this one. So you could also be using this public API instead. So if you're in your editor and you have exercise number 1, you go to the future branch, which is introduction/x1. What you should be doing is go into introduction. So you just cd into there. You cd into steps in, and then you can run steps in start. And you can choose to either sign up or not sign up. If you don't sign up, you will get a public endpoint, which we'll be using today. And it will look something like this. If you do sign up, you will get a secure endpoint with a HTTP API key, which is also fine. It just depends on how you like to use it. Either way, you're going to be using this GraphQL API. If you run steps and start, you can just close it, because then the GraphQL API files are deployed. I don't need this step anymore. So you can just close it, and then you should be able to continue with the exercises. But also you can just use this public API that will look like this. So let's take a couple more minutes to get you set up with a GraphQL API. You can also use this one that you can find in the solution for exercise number 3, I think. Yeah. So let's take 2 more minutes to 9:35, and then continue with the exercise. Yes. Yeah. Let me see. Git status. I need to add them. Sorry. Add. Git commit. Add directory. This, and then do git push. Git push origin like this. Sorry. So now it should be fine. If you are, zoom in here a bit. So the only thing you need to run is make sure to do git fetch, and then the directory, the new repository branch should be there. And then you can just make sure to do git checkout and go there. And then in here, just make sure to go to the introduction branch, at which you can find the steps and directory, and in there you just run steps and start. If you install the CLI, let me see, log out, and you can see what it looks like. So you install steps and globally, and then you can run steps and start. So the first time you run it, it will ask you if you want to use a public endpoint or want to sign up. I think I already suggested somewhere that you don't have to sign up, so you can just use a public one, and then it will look something like this. There's also a localhost endpoint, which you should only use for local exploration. So if you have signed up, you should use the localhost to check the graphical, and the production endpoint to send your requests. But you never should be using this one to send requests to, because it's only for local exploration. So now that we actually have pushed this directory, let's take a couple more minutes so we be sure that everyone is updated and has a GraphQL API running, because that's the important part. And then you don't have to touch this code for the GraphQL API anymore. So you can just close the terminal. You don't need to leave it open unless you want to do the local exploration and you have signed up. Then you need to leave it open to get a local interface. Otherwise, just use the public endpoints. So let's take 2 minutes to make sure everyone is set up. Yes. Well, you don't really have to sign up either way. So you can just install the CLI. Sorry? Oh, yeah, then you just run steps and start inside the steps and directory, and it will create a public endpoint for you. So did everyone set up an API or is using the public endpoint?
It's already set up, but the issue
Yeah. Yeah, so if you signed up, you should use the localhost endpoint when you go to your browser. No, only if you append your API key. But the instructions we'll do it later. The first thing you need is the localhost endpoint. So I would be going to make sure I'm on the right branch. Make sure you're on the introduction exercise 1 branch. We just go into the steps and 1. Oh, introduction. Then you run steps and start there, and it will give you two endpoints. If I split this, it will give you one endpoint for local exploration, which we'll be using now, and then a second endpoint that's either public if you didn't sign up, or it's protected with an API key if you did sign up. But this endpoint, the one with HTTPS, is the one you'll be using inside your app. The one we'll be using for exercise number 1 is the localhost one that you can use for local exploration. So if you would be going there, it will look like this. And in here you will get your GraphQL schema. So here you can find all the queries that are available. And you can also try out your queries. So if everyone would head over to exercise number 1, it has the steps to set you up, and then it has the first exercise, which you should be running in this local exploration page. And in here, the exercise is run your own query to get several fields, which are ID, title, and description. So we can do it together. Maybe that's easier for the first one. So this is a graphical interface. It's a way to explore GraphQL APIs. Most GraphQL APIs have them built in. This is the older graphical version. There's a new one since 2 weeks. That is sometimes available on the endpoint, depending if you're inside a beta version or you're not. So this is the older one, but the usage is the same. What I typically do here is go to Docs, which is a tab on the right, in which you can find all the queries and mutations for a GraphQL API. And in there you can find which queries you can run. So you can see you can get an ID, an article by its ID. You can get a list of articles. You could also do pagination. And you also can do upvotes and get the upvotes. So this is something we'll be using on the later exercises. For the first ones, you either use article or articles. So let me see what the exercise says. So run your first query, retrieve ID, title, and description of the articles from Practical Dev. Yeah, so the GraphQL API is just taking the information from Practical Dev, similar to how this REST API is doing it for the first app we set up. But in this exercise, we're going to be rebuilding this app to use GraphQL instead of REST. So what the GraphQL API does is just returning you the same articles, but using GraphQL. So on the right side, you can find out what the queries are. So you can see we have a way to get an article by its ID. You can also get a list of articles. You can see it needs some parameters. But in GraphQL, if you need a parameter, it has an exclamation mark. So all the parameters are optional, meaning that you can just run it without. Not sure why then this will move. So yeah, we can run the articles query. You typically start by writing down the operation name, open it with the curly braces, and then you can see it has some auto-completion as well. So we have articles, you open it again, with curly braces, and then let's see which fields we need. We need ID, title, and description. So ID, title, and then of course you can always head back to the docs. So you click on query, you would go to your articles query. You can see the returns type, which is an array of type of article, and then you can see the arguments, which are page, per page, and tag. But if you click on the response type or the return type, you can see all the fields you can request. So these are all the fields that our REST API gave to us, which we don't really need because we don't want this many fields. We only want several ones. But from here you can take all these fields and just use them. So we can do title, and then we need description as well. If we would run this, the GraphQL API would get the information from practical dev and then return it in your browser. And of course you can also change fields. So let's say you want to have a different field, like a created at timestamp. You can just add it here. And here you just do created at, and it will also get this information for us. And in GraphQL, all this is dynamic, so you can just take fields, delete them, and just to prove to you it's just HTTP, we can go to the network tab, and then if you send a GraphQL query, you can see a request to the GraphQL API, just a request to, in this example, localhost, but if you start from your app, it will be either the public endpoint or the endpoint tied up to your username. You can see the headers. You can see it's a post request. And in the payload, you can see the body. So the body will be the GraphQL query. It is encoded for to be used in JSON because the body you'll be sending has a JSON format. It has a query and it has the variables. Variables are empty because we didn't define any parameters. But if you start defining parameters, variables will also have a JSON value. And then a response, it will just be JSON again. So it is quite similar to REST. The only thing is we have dynamics. So you can just take fields, you can add fields, like the created at one. It doesn't really matter how you format them. You can just put them in different formats. It depends on your GraphQL API if they will return everything alphabetically ordered or not. Typically, GraphQL APIs just return the order that you define in your query. So as a front-end developer, you have quite some control in making sure that your response will match whatever you like to request. So this is basically exercise number 1. As you can see, you just append the query name. There is a small thing, so if you run a query, you don't actually have to define query. It would also work, but typically I would tell people just define the operation name, because for mutations you always need to, and for subscriptions as well. So just use it, you don't have to, but well, it works out well now. I think if you prettify it, it will actually be deleted. But we'll be using named queries later on the exercises, so that's a place where you can see how it works. So this is exercise number 1. And then for exercise number 2, can you alter the query to also get the username of the user that wrote an article? So this returns more information than just created. You can see if you go to docs, you can find the whole list. So for now, I'd like you to take well, a couple of minutes to figure out how to get the username of a user. And then it's important to think about what will be your steps, how would you figure out how to do this. So you have your query, you have your fields. How would you add a new field to this query? So try to get the username. If you're lazy, just click on the solution, but try it out yourself first. So there's a small hint. So think back how you inspect the GraphQL schema, which of course is using this doc step here. So try and add the username. GraphQL helps you with tons of stuff, so it also has auto-completion. So you can be really lazy and just get the information. So does someone actually write articles in Practical Dev? Someone does. So if you're quick and you just submit it now, it should also show up in a list as soon as we refresh. So if you want to get some extra readers, then might be a good way to do so. Okay. Yeah, so if you want to get extra fields, you can either start typing. For now, you already knew it was the username field. But if you go to query, if you go to the query we're just using, so we're using the articles query, you can click on the response type, and you can find all the fields. And I think the one we needed was username. Although this is a funny one because it is nested. So if you would go on user, you can see it also has a response type, which also has several fields. So if you try to get the username, you can just type it. If you start with U, then you should be getting user. But as it is a nested field, you also need to open the curly brackets again and then define username in there. So this way it will get the username for all the people there. But you can also get other fields. So if people have set up their Twitter, if they linked it to the Practical Dev accounts, you can also get the Twitter accounts. You can see some people did, some people didn't. So with GraphQL, this is all dynamic, even for the relations. If you would be having REST, typically these would be different endpoints that will get the data for you. So this is the query you would need for this exercise. And then exercise number 3 is something we need a bit more time for. And in here you will be using the GraphQL API inside your application. So in here you should never use the localhost endpoint. You would always use the public endpoint that or the private endpoint the CLI created for you. And then you can use this one inside your React application. And for this you need to change the fetch articles function. So if we go back to our code, we have an introduction directory which we'll be using for this exercise, of course. In there you have components, and in home there is a function called fetch articles. So if you look at this function, the only thing it does is sending a REST request to Practical Dev. It appends a filter. It doesn't necessarily have to do this, but it does in this case. It takes a JSON and just stores it in a use state. There's nothing fancy. It's not real state management. It's not context or React query or React context or reducers or whatever. It's just a simple set state function. So you would get the information from the REST API, put it in the state, and then use it down here. So for this exercise, actually we'll be changing this function to use GraphQL instead of REST. And as I told you before, it's just an HTTP request to get information from GraphQL. To make things simple, I already showed you this, but if you would go to the network tab, you can see what the request looks like. So if you send this request, you can just find it here. You can see the payload, so you can see how to send the body. You can also see which headers to send, if you need to send any. So the thing you need to do for exercise number 3 is just change the fetch function so it will work for GraphQL. So think back about some things we did. So GraphQL always has post requests, it needs the query, and it returns JSON. So these are the only 3 things you need to know to actually make exercise number 3. If you have a public endpoint, it will look like this. You can see it's appended to public. If you have signed up, it will be your username. But make sure to take the URL that has HTTPS, because that's the one you need in your app. If you have signed up, you will need to run the command to get your API key, which is this command, because you need to use your API key in the authorization header. So in fetch, if you want to use headers, you would need to, where is it? Here. Open up an object after your URL. You can define methods, but you can also define headers. So if you have an authorization header, you would need to write it down here. Authorization. And then this would be your API key. I think you need to put the API key before it like this. Yeah. And this will be your an endpoint, public or private. So for this exercise, I want you to change this query. So it will use the GraphQL API endpoint, either public or private. It appends headers in case you need to. You change the method to be post. As you already know, GraphQL is only post. And then the third thing you need to do is make sure that your query, which has the same information that we'll be using here. So have a look here. We use ID, title, description, and user. You will need to send a query to the GraphQL API that returns this information so I can use it inside my React app. So let's take, I don't know, like 10 minutes for this. And make sure to raise your hand if you have any questions. If you have any questions online, maybe we can use the chat. I'm not sure still yet if someone is monitoring the chat for us. But that's something I will ask for you. So yeah, let's take 10 minutes for this. Do we already know someone is monitoring the chat? No, for the public, yes. Yeah, if you go to the branches. So if you go to github.com/. If you go to the future branch for access tree. And then to source. And then to components. And then the home. You can find the solution there, but it also has the. Yes, you can just use this one. That's how we do it. Yeah. Yeah, so that should work. No, so you just need to start your app and then see if it works. Yeah, so if you go to the endpoint, no, the public endpoint, if you would open it in a browser.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it.
So does your query work there?
Yes.
So if you copy paste this, put it in your
Article is on.
yeah, it needs to start with a curly braces before. So you need to go back to your to the graphical interface. So you need to copy paste the entire thing.
Okay, this.
Yeah, but if you press the cleanup button, it's below the one. Yeah, no, the one above. Yeah. So you need to copy paste the entire thing. Yeah, but also the opening and closing. So that's what went wrong, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so save this. Go to your app. Returns you the data. And then you probably need to fix one more thing.
I'm just checking now I get the data.
Yep.
In the component I just get. I think I'm getting like a this data I'm getting. Yeah, I'm getting.
Okay, so how far did everyone come with the exercise number 3? You can just do it live here. So what you would need to do is, well, there's a small caveat in it, which I didn't tell you, but sorry for that. So you need to take the endpoint. I think I have one in my solutions here. This is an endpoint. So what you need to do is change this endpoint. So if we would go back, we started out with having this. So we had a practical dev REST API call to include the filter. So the filter is something we won't be handling it now, we will be doing it later. So you need to change the endpoint, make sure it starts with HTTPS, and then depending if you signed up or not, you would also need to define a header with a authorization. Put authorization here. And then this thing with your API key. Or use the public endpoint if you didn't sign up. And then, of course, something I told you, you should always use a post method, because GraphQL expects you to send a post request. If you would save this, make sure you have your app running still, you probably get an error, because the GraphQL API also expects us to return a GraphQL query. And if you don't send a GraphQL query, you won't be able to get your information. So from the graphical interface, either the one at the public endpoint or the local host. If you're working with localhost, we just run this one again. So we have the localhost explorer. So if a query works in here, you can also prettify it. It should also be working inside the GraphQL request. So in here we have a method called post, we have the GraphQL API endpoint, we have an optional header. The third thing we need is a body. So you also need to send a body to the GraphQL API, which will be JSON stringified. And in here we need to define the query. So query. And then this should be your GraphQL query. Actually, you should be using this. Make sure it's string, a comma there, and then if I prettify this, I'm missing something. I'm missing a closing backtick there. So this is what it should look like. You have your endpoint, you have the method, you have optional headers, and then you also need to pass a body, which is JSON stringified. So I give you a small hint. If you would go to the network tab, you can see all these things. So you can see the request has my endpoint, it has headers, and then it has a payload. You see the methods post, and the payload you can see it's also stringified and it's wrapped inside a query. So this should get my data now. It probably won't still work because there's one other thing you need to fix. See why this gives an error. Content type. You also need to set your content type. So that's another thing we need to do. Because GraphQL always expects JSON. So your content type here should be application JSON. And now I should be able to get my data. The app still doesn't work because, well, I'm not sure why. Let's see why. Articles.map is not a function. So the REST API returned the articles as a plain array. Well, now it's wrapped inside the data field, but it also is wrapped inside the name of my operation, which is articles. So there's several ways to debug this. We'll probably just do a console log there. So it'll bring you pretty far. Of result, I typically like to console log like this because it's easier to find it in your your console. Let me see, it should be here. So result, data, articles. So you can see it has a data field and an articles field. So you actually should be doing this. So set result dot data dot articles. And probably you want to, I don't know, do some optional strings there, or maybe do the optional strings here and delete them from there. Be saving this. So always good to double check if things are okay in your terminal. And then if we head to the application in the browser, you can see it also works fine. So to double check, it's sending a post request to a GraphQL API. It has the content headers. It optionally has my API key. And then the payload will be the GraphQL query. And then, of course, we'll get my data. So if you've done this, you've sent your first GraphQL query request. So congratulations for that. It's always nice to try out some new technologies and then see how it works. So this was exercise number 3, which is the first GraphQL query. If you would head back to all the exercises, just do it here. Like I said, I like to do it from my browser, but you can also find the README in your terminal probably. So exercise number 3 was this one. So for exercise number 4, you can actually do the same thing, but then for a single article. Of course, there are more things you could do. You could also change fields here. So let's say you no longer want the description, or I see we created that field. You could also add extra fields here. So maybe you want to do something like this. Created, add, and also take it from there. So you can see if you want to add new fields, it's pretty easy. You can just take them from your GraphQL query. You need to add them in a query. Then you find them on your data, and then you can just show them somewhere in your app. But that's not what exercise number 4 is. Exercise number 4 is doing the same thing, but then for the single article. So if you would go into the article component, you can see there's another fetch function that's now using REST, but we want to be using GraphQL. And then we also want to parse the results so we can display it in our app. And if you would go to your graphical interface, you can also go to docs, you can find the queries. You can see there's the same query to get a single article by its ID. Meaning that if you click an article, you can find the ID in the header. I think there's already a parsing function to get it from the header, so you can use it in your fetch function. So exercise number 4 is just change the request to get a single article in the fetch article function there to be using GraphQL instead of REST. And it's quite similar to the previous exercise, but it's a little bit different because you need to pass variables as well. So you need to figure out how to do that. So we can take another 10 minutes to do so, and then go over the exercise again all together. If you're in the room here and you want to go to the bathroom or whatever, feel free to do so in the meantime. As I said, all the articles are on GitHub, so you can just catch up later on. And always move to a future branch in case you weren't able to finish an exercise. So let's take 10 minutes to work on exercise number 4. As a small hint again, make sure to check how to pass the variable. I always like to use the graphical again to see how it works there, because then it will work the same way from your own client app. libraries for GraphQL servers. Yeah, it always applies. People just need to split your team time to use because it's less friction for everyone. How are we doing? Yeah, you can feel free to start 5 already. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, if you go to your code. Oh yeah, so this only works if you look at exercise number 5. Yeah, so you already did parts of 5. So maybe it's easier if you go to the name queries. So there are 2 ways to do it. Let me see what time it is. I can show it on the screen. So how's everyone doing? Good. I think exercise number 4 and 5 are quite similar. So let me show you how to do number 4. And then while doing so, I can also show you how to do 5. Because they're pretty much the same. So for exercise number 4, you would need to go to the articles component. Or the article, so a single one. So home is the one we just did. So let me try and be lazy, just copy this and go to my single article and then paste this. And then I forgot a part, so const result is, thank you GitHub Copilot. So this is getting multiple articles. You still need your GraphQL API, you still need to send post method, some headers, and then the only thing is different is our query. So my workflow usually here is go in here, get a single article, article. I would need an ID value, so you just get them by clicking on one, put that in here, and then we need to figure out which fields we need. So let me have a look. I think in here we're using ID, title, and body HTML. So we can do ID, title, body HTML. So this query gives me a single article. What I typically do is just copy it, go over here, and then just paste it. So in here it's simple to get the, well, simple. It's easy to see how it works, because we have a string tag here that we are using, that we can use to put variables inside. So I could just do the $, do it like this, and then let me see, ID is hidden in params. So this should work, but only if we destructure the data here again. So result.data.article. Probably just be sure and get the checks in here. Probably this will get my data, or maybe it won't. So let me see, argument ID is invalid value. So this needs to be a string. So now it works. So it only works because I have the backtick here that allows me to put in variables. I could also choose to go for a hard-coded one. But this is the way to do it in a simple way. So for exercise number 5, and I didn't ask you to do so, but I saw some people already started on it. So for exercise number 5, you need to use a named query. And a named query in GraphQL is used for things like, I think it says here, for caching an example, of if you want to retrace your steps, if you want to reuse a query, named queries are useful. So a named query is a little bit different. You also need to type down the query operation name, and then you just do the name for your query. So this is an example, get article by ID. If you use a named query, you typically want to name it in a way that you can find it later on. If you're using something like Redux in your React app, you can also use that format. So maybe you would have get article by ID, something like this. It doesn't really matter. It's just a name. I can also name it, I don't know, maybe something trivial, if that's what you like to do. Some libraries actually do this for you. If you don't provide a name yourself, they will just add something trivial, so they can use it somewhere down the line for tracing or caching or whatever. I typically like to use this format, so get article by ID. This still works. I've just named it now. But you can also use the named query to use your use variables inside your parameters. So how we do it, you just define something with a $string ID. You define the type. So we say ID should be a string, and then we change this to be the value of ID. But this doesn't work, however, because you need to pass the variable. So in GraphqL there is a tab here in which you can use JSON to pass this value. See why this is complaining. Well, it's GraphqL being weird. Sometimes it happens. But this works. I have a named query. You define your variable here with the $sign. You define the type. And the type should be the same as for the query there. You can make them required or non-required. And then this value will be passed there. But it should be the same. So if I change this to an integer, you will get an error from GraphQL because the types need to be the same. If your query article is expecting a string, the input there should also be a string. If you go to docs, you can see query, this is a string. So GraphQL expects this to be a string as well. And if you put integer, it will never be a string. So this will work. You pass the variable like this. In exercise number 5, there's a hint to help you a bit how to do this. So you can see it. This is all the same, so my post method is still there. I'm still using the same endpoint. I'm still using the same headers. The only thing that's changed is the payload. You can see GraphQL appended an operation name, which it will help you by caching. You don't need to do this in your client app, by the way, but you do need to define variables if you want to use a named query. So I would be copy pasting this, and I will put it in here. So this on its own won't work, but I need to define a variables here. So this will be variables. It's called ID, and then this should be whatever I there, which was params.id. Save this. This should still work, and now it's using a named query instead. So if I would go here, you can see it's using a named query. It appends the variables, so GraphQL will know how to add the variable to there. So the code for exercise number 5 is pretty much the same. The only difference is you used a named query. So I know I only asked you to do 4. Some people already started on 5, but they're very much the same because the answer to how do you pass the variable is pretty much the same to what you do with exercise number 5. So now you can actually skip exercise number 5 if you didn't do it. What I would advise you to do is go to exercise number 6. And in there you need to refactor the fetch articles function in home, which we saw here, to also use a named query. And then if you remember, we also had a tag that we didn't add to a query yet. So for action number 6, you can change this query to be named, but also take the tag into account, because this now isn't working because it's not really, it's giving us the same examples for every tag, but our query accepts a tag parameter. So for action number 6, you need to change this, so it will take a named query, uses the tag, and then still resolves to the same article, same results, and then the filter here should be working. So that's one way for you to test it. Make sure the filter is working. So we can take another 5 to 10 minutes to fix this one. Okay, how's everyone doing? All good? So let's have a look at exercise number 6, I think. So what we want to do is the fetch articles function in components home, which is this one. We want to make this into a named query as well, because as I showed you before, the filters now currently don't do anything, or they do anything on the React side. They will store the name of the filter in the use state, but they don't pass this to the GraphQL query. So if we want to make this filter working, meaning our query gets changed, we need to change the articles query here into a named one. So as I typically do, I just copy it, I go back here, so I go to the graphql, which I really use as a place to explore my data. You can prettify it there as well, and start changing it into a named query from here. So my query would be called, for example, get articles, and then we have a variable called tag that we define here, which is a string. And you can find what it is in the docs again. So if you go to query, articles, you can see there is a parameter called string. It's a tag. Append it like this. And then, as we did before, we are saying the tag parameter is this one. So it could also be hard-coded like this, but that's something we don't really want. So we want it to be this variable name. And then, of course, we need to add it to the object again. So tag would be, example, React. And then if I would run this, it will only get React applications. And I think we have other tags here as well, graphql, so that's something we can use. So now it only gives us GraphQL queries. Actually, Practical Dev has many tags. Maybe we can also try India, see what it does. You can see it also returns things about India. So there are more tags than the ones I put in the app. Maybe even React India. Let me see how that would work. Like this. No. Maybe like this. Well, so no React India tag yet. Maybe someone should create one. But for now, let's see, it just works with React. So you can copy paste this query again. You would go to your application, paste it like this, and then make sure to pass the variable. So we have variables again, open it, and then our variable is called tag, which will be the filter we have here. And it's the same one as we used for our REST API. I would save this, I can always format it. Go back to my app, then the filter should be working. So you can see the articles change if we press any of the filters, because it is using the filter instead of no filter at all. So that was pretty much exercise number 6. You can find the solution there, of course, as well. And exercise number 7 is extending the named query we just had to also work with pagination. And as we add pagination, you can just add a button at the bottom of the page to load the next page of articles. And for this, you can also use another variable inside this query, which is page. So you should be sending a page 1 here, which an example would be 1 or whatever. So for exercise number 7, and it's a small exercise, but you also need to add the button. So maybe take some more time for it. Again, do like 5 or 10 minutes. And then add a button here to load the next set of articles. So you can go to the second page, or third page, or fourth page. So you can make this 4, whatever you like. And then use this one in your React app. So I guess let's just take 5 minutes and then try it out, and then we can do the solution together. So we have enough time to actually start integrating Apollo client in the exercise number 8. So 5 minutes for number 7, and then we'll do it together quickly, and then we go to exercise number 8. Yes, 2 people.
So you have used a name query dollar symbol in the variable, but in the variables we just pass for example tag, and we use dollar tag in the name query. So is it a naming convention?
Yeah, it's dynamic. So that way GraphQL knows it will be coming from variables, tabs, or variables, object. Yeah, it will look at the dollar sign name.
So it needs to be dollar.
Yeah. You can also name it something else. So you could name it, instead of tag, you can call it filter, and then pass the dollar sign filter to the parameter below. But the variables value and dollar sign value should always match. Yeah, so make sure the value is passed correctly. So to be, have you tried it in the GraphQL? Yeah. Yeah, it's always check the GraphQL first.
I'm not
Okay, so let's have a quick look at exercise number 7. As I said before, it's okay if you don't finish everything now, because the repo will stay here for you, so you can use it at home or somewhere else, wherever you like. So exercise number 7 is creating this, making sure we pass the page, which is another variable. I think it's an integer. And then in here you can also pass page, and then do page there. And then I did something weird. I miss a comma. So this should give us different data depending on the page number. So you can see the first article being changed. And then if you want to use this inside your React app, you would just copy paste it, put it here, and then add something for a page, which we didn't do yet. So we should have a use state setter for page, or yeah, so probably here I could do const page set page is use state, and probably set the default one to 1, and then pass the variable page there. So this would probably get the first page. Yeah, so if I would change this to 2, it should probably get the second page. So it's different data. So if you want to make this dynamic, you would need to add a button somewhere that help you do this. So if we want to do it without styling, we can just open React fragment there. Just put down a ugly button with some on click, and then call this like next page. So this should work. You see GitHub Copilot did it all for me, so you should be able to do it as well. So this would give us next page. And then probably in my use state, I need to put page in here as well. So when my page changes, something else needs to change. And then I think there was another caveat. So my check here is to check for articles.length. So every time page changes, we also need to reset the count for articles. So in here we probably need to do set articles, do something like this. And now every time I press page, it will reset articles and then get me the next set of lists. So it isn't that pretty. You need to use these filters, and that's why in the next exercise we'll be using Apollo Client to make this a bit more nicer looking. Also, if you don't understand this part, I'll be free to help you with it later on. It's maybe a React concept you didn't see before, but we want to keep this dynamic, so that's why we have this setter. It doesn't really matter, it's not an important thing to know, it's not GraphQL specific, it's just React. And also we're not using state management, so we need to do some workarounds to make it work for us. So exercise number 8. In here we'll be using Apollo Client to use a GraphQL fetching library. And there are several reasons why you should be using a GraphQL fetching library. You can also use the queries we have now inside React Query, an example. So if you would take this fetch request, you could just paste it inside a React Query setup. So if you already use React Query for REST, you can keep all those things. You just need to use a data fetching that works with GraphQL. So it's pretty similar. But there are also clients specifically created for GraphQL. So Apollo Client is one. You have Urkel, which is pretty popular. There are some specific ones for TypeScript, which are also pretty popular. But Apollo Client is just the one that most people use. So that's why I'm using it here as well. There are some setup steps. You need to install it from npm. You also need to install GraphQL as a library, so you can use it for parsing the queries. And then you need to set it up in your index file where you use a provider. If you're using Redux, you probably know how providers work. I think React Query also supports providers somehow. Other fetching libraries do too. So these are just used for making sure you don't have to set your GraphQL API every time. And they will also be used for caching. So if you remember the named queries, they will be used for caching as well. And then you can use, well, there's a setup on how to use it with headers as well. You can skip that part. And it has a use query hook. So if you would go to the docs, you can just use query, Apollo client, find how to do it there. Just go to the hooks. It also has the setup. So if you, for exercise number 8, you're going to be using Apollo client, so you need to install it. The instructions are in the exercise. You need to set up a provider, just like this. And then finally, you need to replace the use effect hook in home and article components with a use query hook from Apollo client, which you can find in the docs. It looks like this. So that's pretty much what you need to do for exercise number 8. It's a bit more work. So let's say we take 15 minutes for it. Should give you enough time to do it in one of the components, and then we can do the other component together. So yeah, let's take 15 minutes, and I'll be working around if you have any questions. So good luck. And then after this one, we will be doing exercise number 10 instead of 9, so you can work with a mutation as well. And as I said before, you'll be getting the repos. You can take it home and do it there. And as I will be transforming this into a larger course, I will also have a form for you at which you can leave your emails. You can get the course in a couple of months once I finish it. And then you will be able to do all this again for free. Okay? Okay, so let's have a look together at exercise number 8 for using Apollo Client, and then I can shortly show you how to do mutations. But as I said before, I will be giving you a form in which you can leave your email, and then I will send you the course for free when it's finished. But you also keep this repo, and everything is self-explanatory, so you can always finish it up at home and then send me a message on Twitter, or find me at the conference maybe tomorrow or the day after if you have any questions about the setup. So for exercise number 8, you will need to install Apollo Client and also GraphQL to your project. Just using yarn or npm, and then hopefully it will be fast. You never know. And then the second step is to add a Apollo provider, at which you either need to, well, we can do it with a link in case you want to send some, headers. We just paste this one, put it in here. I think one I don't need. So there you need to do several things. You need to, in your index file, create a provider, which you need your API endpoint, which I have somewhere here. And then you also need to create a link in case you want to put some API keys in there. And then you create a client that you just pass to a provider, and that way all your components wrapped inside, so everything inside the app component will be able to get access to your GraphQL API. For that, if I would save this again, I would go to Home. And in Home, I can then use a use query instead of all the things we've done before. So I was able to delete quite some things. You can delete the use effect hook to reset the articles. You can delete the use effect hook to fetch the data. You can also delete the use state to keep control of your article state. So there are tons of things you can delete. And use query works pretty much the same. You need to pass your query to it, which you can define like this. You can also, so I defined it here. You can also paste in the query if you want. You need to define the variables, and then it gives you 3 things. It gives you a loading indicator, it will give you an error state, and it will give you the data. And the data will be wrapped in the same way as we saw before. So there wasn't that much that you needed to change, but now you have a GraphQL client that you can use for several things. It will help you with caching, where normally the fetch function doesn't cache anything for you, except maybe your browser does. We have a use query that we can use for caching. We can also use it to refetch queries. So if you do a mutation, you might want to refetch your data later, for which the refetching is useful. So tons of things you can do with it. You can also auto-generate code for it with TypeScript, as I will do in the next workshop. So tons of things you can do. And the data fetching should still be the same. And then with this, you can also do mutations, which if I will be going to the markdown file here, this is notes, I need this one, go back to the main branch. If you would go to exercise number 9, it's refactoring some stuff. It isn't that important. I think if you go to 10, you can see how to do a mutation, but we can do it together. So with a mutation, you can change data, so mutate it. It works pretty much the same. What you'll be doing is const, who gives you all the same thing, but let's just call this mutation response. You do a use mutation, an example to upvote an article. But the easiest way is probably if I would show you from here. So for articles, we also have upvotes, which is do the easy one, get rid of all these things, and then this as well. So when you retrieve all the articles, you can also find the upvotes, which you see here is null everywhere, which is fine. Retrieve the upvotes, but there's also a mutation to increase the upvotes. So it works pretty much the same as we saw before. You would need an article ID. So this is an article ID. You can also find one here, 18829. And then we can just name this a mutation, do upvote article. It needs a post ID. And the post ID is something like this. And then you can reuse it to return the ID and then the post ID, something like this. Oh, it needs an integer and not a string. And then I think the mock API I'm using is well, getting too many requests. Which is fine for now, but the mutation is just like this. So you pass the variable and it will return you some information. And we can also make this named, so we can do upvote article and then say post ID. Make this an integer because I thought it needed an integer. Make this post ID. And then in here you can post ID is an integer. So it's the same way. I think the underlying REST API will still, now it isn't getting too many requests. So it'll just return the ID and the post ID. And then if I would be retrieving this article, it should have an extra value for upvotes. So mutations are, as a front-end developer, it's pretty much the same as sending a query to get data. If you would be going here, use mutation example, you can see the only difference is it returns a function to execute the mutation. And if you have a function to execute a mutation, when you submit a form or when you start typing somewhere, press a button, it will increase the count, like this. So it's pretty much the same, and if you would be going to the exercises, and unfortunately we don't have the time to finish these in this workshop, you can find out how to do it. And the solutions are all there. So if you want to look at the code, see how it's done, you can just go there as well. You can also find information about refetching. So for exercise number 10, you can finish this in your own time, either at the conference or maybe whenever you get home. And the exercise will all be there. As I said before, I have a QR code for you, which you can scan to leave your email address. And then you can sign up to get the course for free when it releases. I'm not sure where I will release it, but it will be somewhere at the end of the year. And I will make sure you get a free access to it. So if you scan the QR code, you will find a form, and you can just leave your email address. Or just send me a message on Twitter if you want to finish the repository and have any questions for me during that time. So thanks. I hope you enjoyed the workshop and that you got to learn some new stuff. And if you're staying for the next workshop, then I'll see you again in like 10 or 15 minutes. So thank you.
React India. React India. React, 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 React. React India. React India. React, 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 React. React, React, React India. React India. React, 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 React. React, React, React India. React India. React, React, React. React, React, React India. React India. React, React, React. React, React, React India. React India. React React India. 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 React. React India. React India. React,
Hello. So welcome for joining, either remote or in here. I see quite some people from the previous workshop as well. So that's nice to see. If you weren't here, my name is Roy. I'm from Amsterdam. So first time visiting India, first time visiting Goa. So that's nice to be. So today's workshop will be advanced GraphQL. So in the morning we did an introduction, and this is a more advanced one. If you followed the morning one, make sure to go back to the repo, go to main, pull it again to be sure that you have all the latest changes, and then we will start working from main again. So the things you've done in the morning, probably best to keep them on a separate branch and create a new branch for this one. We have a starter app, but it's a bit similar to the one you had at the end of the first workshop, but it has some differences. So make sure to start a new branch in case you follow along from the previous workshop. So today's workshop will be advanced GraphQL. To be sure that has everyone ever used GraphQL? Well, good to see. Just to be sure, in case you never know. So if you're new to the today, make sure to scan this QR code or go to this repository website to pull in the code for today. You will find a GitHub repository with some directories, and you should go to the advanced directory. You can also access the introduction directory, so if you figure out you're maybe not that advanced as you should be to start this workshop, then you can always go back and finish the thing on your own time, which is all fine, of course. So go to the repo page by scanning the QR code, or go to my GitHub profile and then find it from there. It will look like this. Actually, close these things. It will look like this. You can find a advanced page, an introduction page, and for today you need the advanced one. And in there you will find some code, just a basic React starter app, and also the introduction, so the getting started setup. So you need to clone this repository, fork it, or you can also download the code and then set it up on your own machine, which might be faster. Depending on your internet, you can download the zip and then just cd into it and get started from there, or use this one and do git clone. Or maybe even with GitHub Desktop. I'm not sure what will happen if you do it, but never tried. So the advanced directory is the one you need. And in there you can find the setup instructions. So did everyone access the GitHub repository already? Everyone was able to find it? Okay, good. So what you should do, you should git clone it or whatever you like. Make sure you're on the main branch. Double sure, and then open it in your editor. Just close everything. And then you need to, well, of course, use Node. And then once you cd into advanced, you can run npm install here. You can also do yarn to set up the repository. So it might take some time depending on the internet speed. I'm not sure if we all will be pulling npm at the same time. It probably won't be as fast as when we do it one by one. So let's take a couple of minutes to do this. Make sure that you're set up with the example. So also if you were this morning, you still need to go into this directory and run npm install again or yarn, because the dependencies are slightly different. What it will do, it will just install Apollo client, some React libraries. And then when you have that set up, you would need to use a second terminal window to cd into the stepsend directory. So this is where we'll get our GraphQL API from, because with stepsend you can create GraphQL APIs for your data sources. But for today I already created one for you. So the only thing you need to do there is installing the stepsend CLI, and then you can upload this GraphQL files to a public endpoint. And you can either sign up for an account, and then you will get a header API key, you get a private secure endpoint, which will be a bit faster, or you can not sign up, and then with the CLI just deploy a public endpoint, which is also fine. So what you do there is just run npm install globally, and then stepsend. And after that you run stepsend start, which will give you a GraphQL API that is deployed to the cloud. And then you will see you get two endpoints. One that you should be using in your app, which is either starting with public or starting with your username if you signed up. And another one, localhost. And this one has a graphql, which you probably know, and which we can use to explore the API locally. So you won't be using this one in your app. You will be using the local endpoint. You will be using the production endpoint in your app, and you'll be using the local endpoint for exploration. And this GraphQL API will look like this. And in here you can see you have a set of queries that you can use for all sorts of things. So what the GraphQL API does, it takes posts people put on practical dev and then turns them into GraphQL and extends them with other information. I've added a demo login as well, so you can log in and then make sure that we can handle the authentication on the GraphQL side. We also will be doing some TypeScript, so if you're new to TypeScript, you might learn a thing or two about it. We also will be doing testing today with this GraphQL API, but you don't need to make any changes to it. So the only thing you need to do is install the CLI and then run the GraphQL API so you can use it inside your project. So once you have it, you can just copy paste this thing into source index, and then you could put your API. If you have signed up, you will need to append the API key as well, for which you can use the setup we have in the GitHub repo. Let me see it. I think it's in there. Yeah, so if you want to be using this with a sign-up account, you need to use it slightly different. Install some not extra dependencies, but import them. And then we need to set up Apollo client, so it will take a header. Where did my browser go? It's there. Which will look like this, and then this one here. Yeah, so no matter if you sign up or not, you need to make sure that you insert your GraphQL API key API endpoint in index.js. If you would be going to this this repo inside the advanced page, and then we'll be using this GraphQL API to do all the things that we will be doing today. So was everyone able to get a GraphQL API? Okay, great. Well, then you need to set them up in advanced/source/index.js. Make sure that it's using the GraphQL API endpoint that you've just set up. So that way, in case you do want to make any changes, you can use this endpoint. And also, if too many people are using the same public endpoint, it will break at some point, because it's not really made for heavy usage. So if you've set all these things up, you can just run yarn start or npm start. Not sure if I used npm or yarn to install it. So before we go to the exercises, let's investigate the GraphQL API a bit. So what we have is a GraphQL API with some queries to get a single article, to get a number of articles, to get pagination for articles, which is cursor-based, also to get upvotes for an article and the total number of upvotes. And we also have mutations. We have one to upvote an article and another one to log in. So you can use this to log in with a demo username and password, so we can mimic those things as well. What we also have is a React application. Which you can find on the source. So if you would go in a directory to source, you can see there is a app.js, which is like the main container of the app. It has a component to log in, it has a component to go to the home page where you can find some articles, and it also has a page to find a single article. And these are all in components. So if you go to components, you can find the different components we have. So article block, which is used inside article to render some data. We have a filter component, we have the home page, and then we have a login component. It's just a modal that you can use to log in. And the application looks like this. So this is the home page. You can see there is a list of articles there. There's some pagination to go to a next page. And sometimes this will happen. It's the mock API I'm using for the upvotes. So if you're seeing that screen I just saw, just make sure to refresh and it should be all okay. We have some filters in here. And we also have a login button that doesn't do anything, because we'll be hooking this up in one of the exercises. You can also upvote. And you can see the mock API is giving some errors. So maybe while we work on the exercise, I will find a different mock API to use that will be allowing us to do more different requests. So this is the app, and this is the GraphQL API. So make sure to have both open, either the graphical, so you can explore it, and the application so you can see what it looks like. And then your editor, of course, with which we can change the code. And then also make sure to open the repo, at which you can find the exercises at all time. Everything's in the README, so we will have 9 exercises for today. And then if we're really fast, we also have some bonus exercises. So it all depends on you, how fast you will work. Also feel free to jump ahead in time if you have any, if you feel like you can move faster. But be aware that to be most efficient, I can only help you with questions regarding the exercise we're currently handling. But feel free to move along faster if you want. So if you have the application running, does everyone have the application running? So you're seeing this screen? Yes? Okay. Then we have exercise number 1, which is basically about exploring the GraphQL API. So run a query to upvote an article, run a query to retrieve the article again, and then make sure you see a difference in the upvotes field. So while the mock API is failing a bit, so I'm using this one to mock the upvotes inside the GraphQL API. Yeah, if someone has a better alternative that allows me to do more requests at the same time, make sure to let me know, then I can change it. But for now, I'm using this one to create the mock-up votes. If you want to use your own endpoint or want to create your own mock API endpoint, you can hook it up in the GraphQL files in this directory. But let's try it like this. So for the first exercise, I want you to explore the GraphQL API a bit. If you were here this morning, then it will be easy for you. If you came in later, it'll take a bit more time. So I would advise you to try out the different queries. The one for article, the one for articles, and see what it looks like. Make sure to always use named queries, because that's the one that's most important. So an example, if you want to use the tag, make sure to use a named query there, and then like this. So yeah, for the first exercise, you can find them in the GitHub repo. Make sure to explore the GraphQL API a bit, see what queries are available. Try to upvote an article. You might run into the too many requests screen. So let's see how it goes. If I need to find a different mock API for the upvotes, then I will do so. But maybe it's good enough to continue. So explore the GraphQL API a bit. Let's take, I don't know, let's say 10 minutes for it to explore the API, to try out the queries, and let me know if you have any questions setting up. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, that's something I'm trying to. So the mock API I'm using to mock the upvote system underneath steps and it's giving some errors. So I'm creating a new mock API and then we'll be uploading the new schema. So it's not really set to handle too many people using it at the same time, apparently. The mock API. So. Okay. So were we all able to explore the GraphQL API? So let me show you. So inside the files to create the GraphQL API, I'm using practical dev to get the articles, to get the article by ID. But I'm also using something else to get the number of upvotes from a mock API, which is this one. But apparently it gives some issues. So what I will be doing, I'll just be turning this into a mock API, which I can do as well. And then we should be able to continue. Here, I'm gonna make some changes to the GraphQL API so that it will work with mocks instead of using the actual upvotes, because that way the API won't be crashing as much as it does now. So let me see, and then I am mocking this one, and then I'm mocking this one too. types. So this will be a mock. And then I need to define somewhere. No, I think that's the only thing I should do. And then I redeploy my API, and I should be able to get a mock API instead. Upvotes. So now it's mocking it to 0 every time, but I'm gonna leave it in so that if you want to get a single upvote, it should be fine as well. So just be doing this, and now we won't be bothered by the sample API anymore. Let me also push this to main, and then you can pull, and it should be all good. Mock out the mock API. It's, I think, the funniest Git commit I ever made. So push. Yeah, so if you now go to the repository, if you just need to pull, make sure you're still on main, pull the latest changes, and then inside the stepsend directory, just run stepsend start. And that way the upvotes will be coming from a mock instead of from the API from this one, because apparently it gives us some issues, which should be fine. We'll be using mutations with real life data for the login anyway. Okay, so for the first exercise, if you have the mock API set up, we can try it. It will give the same result every time, but then at least you know how to do this. So if you explore the GraphQL API, we have this query to get articles. You have a way to get the ID of an article. So then you could create the same query to get a single article. So we can just change this to ID. Copy this one, put it there, type down ID, change this into get article by ID, get a single article, like this. So now we should be able to get a single article. So this is one query that's important, to get all the articles with a tag. We have another one to get all the articles with an ID. And then there are some mutations. An example to upvote an article, so you can do mutation, upvote article. This would need a post ID, which put down there, post ID, and then this will give me a mutation to upvote something, and then I see this needs to be a string, an integer. And then this should be one as well, although it doesn't really matter because we're mocking things anyway. Something else that's good to know, if you have the variables here with a named query, you can also change this to something else. We can just make this ID. It doesn't really matter, because in the end they're just being used by GraphQL to know this value, not for this value. So you can change different names for your named query variables, that's all fine. And the naming convention here is something that's also a bit up to your preference. I usually type it like this. If you're familiar to Redux, you could also do something like this. That's what you prefer. It's all up to you as a developer to determine what you want to use and how you want to use it. So those are 3 of the queries you could do. Unfortunately, the mock API I'm using is not really helping me out. So we're going to be working without the actual upvote data, but it should be fine because it's not the main objective of this workshop. So any questions about the GraphQL API so far, or the sample REST app, sample React app? No? Okay. Well, then for exercise number 2, we actually will be doing some authentication. For this, we will be using the mock API again, so bear with me if it doesn't work. Probably just try and refresh a couple of times and it should be good to go. Read through the description because it tells you about authentication. And authorization in GraphQL works on several levels. It all depends how you apply it. Typically, GraphQL APIs don't do authentication themselves. They rely on an authentication server. So you may be using Auth0 or Okta or whatever as your authentication server. And this will work together with a GraphQL API. So if you build your own GraphQL API, you typically do a request to your authentication server to get the token and then forward it to the client. Because GraphQL its own, it doesn't have any specification for authentication. It's just an API format that helps you and let you do authentication any way you want. Typically what you see, GraphQL APIs have a mutation to lock yourself in, and then it will return a header. And this header is something that you pass along your queries. And then every GraphQL request will take this header and pass it along to the authentication server and do its thing before getting information from a database. So that's typically how the GraphQL API authentication is set up. So as a front-end developer, the flow will be pretty much the same as you see with REST. You do a request with a username and a password. You will get a token. You will store this token in like local storage or something. And then on every request, you will pass along this token. So as a front-end developer, it's pretty much the same as working with any other REST API. So let's dive into the React application. We've now tested the API through the graphical. But we also have the application, of course. It should now be working a bit faster. To help us with data. Did I redeploy this one? I think I need to redeploy just to be sure. So I have the mock API. But yeah, in here, just go in the application. What we want to do, we want to hook up the login form. So hook up the component source component says login. We have this nice form here. We have a username and a password. We have a button. We have a way to close the model. So what we want to do for this exercise is create a mutation. And we're using Apollo client to send a request to the GraphQL API with the username and password you fill in here. The username and password you can use, other ones here. They will just go to the mock API and then return data, which should be all fine. Maybe refresh it a couple of times, but apparently the mock API I'm using downstream isn't really that working that fast. If you would go into the GraphQL files, you can see the request it's doing. So it goes to the this mock API and it appends the username and password and then correlates the data down. If you want to make it faster, you can also use a mock here, as we've done before. This one. So you could also mock the login and then do it that way, then it should also be all good. Because this mock API apparently isn't working that fast. So if someone has any alternatives for mockapi.io that works faster, then also let me know. But yeah, try it out. Go into the application, go to the component login, and then you should be writing a mutation to hook up this component so it will do the authorization with the GraphQL API. You can try out the mutation also by going here. And then just try it out. So this should give you this information in return. It comes from the mock API. And then you can use this to store the token in your local storage. And then based on the token exists or not, some things might be changing in your app. But it's up to you to change. I hope you're all familiar with Apollo Client. They have quite a good documentation. So we'll be going to this page. No, not this page. This page maybe. You can find the use mutation hook and how it works. You can find all the options, and you can also find some sample code. But we already, the Apollo provider is already set up. Just make sure to add your own GraphQL API in index.js. So I think we can take like, I don't know, 15 minutes for this exercise. So hook up the components that works with the mutation. You can get the token back, and then you can store the token in your local host. And I'll be walking around if you have any questions. And as a bonus, it's not really a bonus, but it's a small thing to change. Also add a button to log out. So you can delete the token from local storage, because if you're logged in, you probably don't want to see the login button anymore, because you're already logged in. So let's take around 15 minutes to change this. So how's everyone doing with the mutation? Do we need a couple more minutes before we do the solution? Okay. You just wait like 5 minutes. People have some more time to finish. Okay, so let's have a look at the mutation together. So the first step is what we already tried. Just try it out here in the graphical. And then this is the mutation we want to be using inside our app. There is a directory called operations, or a file called operations.js. And this is a file where all the operations are stored. So what you should be doing is just adding a new one here. called like login user, and then just copy paste whatever we have here inside the mutation, and just format it a bit and store it. So that's the first step, like adding the operation to your app. And then the second step should be going inside your login component and using the mutation here. I think there's already a mutation somewhere else. It is here. We can just see how it works in the article block component. Where's my login? It's here. So you should be importing use mutation from Apollo client. We can start it here. So this is a mutation. Use mutation, and then pass our query to it, or mutation actually. So this one we also need to import. So import login user from operations. And VS Code's actually already doing most of the work for me, which is quite convenient. So our mutation, it returns several things. You can actually see it here. It returns a function and then operation variables. If we go to our existing one here, you can see it returns a function to execute the mutation. It returns data, loading, and error values. And you can also pass variables here. So there are two places where you can pass variables. We can either, let's call this function login user. We can either pass the variables here. So we can do this, variables. Pass the email and password, which we have in the use state. We can also do it inside the function to log in the user, which might be nicer. So we have an onSubmit function, and here we could log in user, and then pass the variables here. I think once we pass them here, we can do it like this. So format this. Just see what happens. So console log, and just put these values in there. And if we format this, so we have a mutation, we imported it from Apollo client. You pass the mutation we created to it, which is the one we already tried out in the graphql, which works. You could even delete the default values here. And then it returns a function that we can use to actually do the mutation. And then the data loading and error object, which is returned by every Apollo hook. So console log those. And then hook up the function to the onSubmit for the form. We go to our app. You can see we have two fields here for email and password. And we have a login button. If you press this button, the onSubmit function will be called. And then we can just pass the values from state to the mutation. So we can try this with the demo account. See what happened. And then in our console log, I should have done that before. We can probably see the results there. So undefined variable email. So we need to change something. I guess it does need complete variables like this. And maybe it works. Type string. So we do need to make sure that this one actually fits what a query expects. So make these. Now it should be working, because now we have our data coming back, our demo, our token, and these are things we should store in local storage. Multiple ways to do so. What I would advise to do is just go for a use effect hook. Check for data, and then data. And then what we could do is if data.login user, which is name for mutation, .token exists, we can use our context. So I think it's like local storage, set item, this one. Thank you, GitHub Copilot, for doing this for me. And then this shouldn't be there. And then this needs some closing. And then we also have the close modal here. This is something we can also close as soon as we know that the actual data was returned. Now if I log in again, it should wait till the data is there and then actually close the modal, which somehow it doesn't because it's logged in. So this one is supposed to be log in instead. And now it should be closing my modal as soon as the data is there. So that's a nice way because now it will wait till my data is there before actually storing stuff in local storage. And now if I use local storage get item, I should be able to get my token, which we could try from the console, I guess. No, it doesn't. Well, it should be somewhere here. If you go to application, there is like a local storage tab for this one, and it should be having the token. So this one. So this is a token returned from the GraphQL API that we now stored in local storage. And it's typically how you do authentication for any app. You just take a token, you store it in local storage, and then reuse it. If you use it in production, you probably have a refresh token as well. So you make sure to refresh the token every once in a while. Or maybe you even use sessionless things. You can see I use Supabase every now and then, and they also store the token here. Probably together with a refresh token to make sure that people don't keep using the same token all the time. So this was the first exercise. So to get an idea, how advanced was this for you? Did someone find it really advanced? Okay, then we should be fine for the rest of the exercises. So for exercise number 3, we will be using one of GraphQL's built-in directives. There are 2 built-in directives that you can actually use for this, which are either add include or add skip. And you can use those client-side. So if you send a query, you can use the add include or add skip fields in a query to leave out values. So an example for the home page, can you alter the query to only get the upvote if someone is logged in? Because if you're not logged in, maybe you don't want people to use the upvote button. So you can actually try and hide the upvote button or try and hide the upvote counts. I would try and hide the count. So you need to have a token stored in local storage before we'll be showing the upvotes. So for this exercise, you need to change the mutation we have here. Get articles to only show the upvotes if someone is logged in. So this should become optional only if logged in. So we'll be using the add include or add skip. They both do the same thing, but in the upside direction, so whatever you want. So you can include something if a value is present, or you can skip it if a value is present or not present. So it's up to you to use either the false negative or the negative or positive negative. I'm not sure how you call it. But you can use either include or skip, whatever you prefer to do. I typically like to see if a value is existing rather than see if a value is not existing, but it's up to you to use it both ways. So alter the query to get the upvotes, which is this one. And we can take like 5 or 6 minutes to do so. Okay, so for exercise number 3, we can use the built-in directives include or skip, which you can just put inside your query, and then you need them reliable on a variable. I think they say it like this. So if, and then I would just create a new variable, something called logged in, which you can also place there. And then this should always be a Boolean, I guess. A Boolean. Save this. I mean, we can also use a default variable. We can just say if is false, then the upvotes, they won't show up. My component, I probably want to make this look a bit nicer by just checking for upvotes. This, make sure to return null. Format this a bit. And make sure we also destructure upvotes. I already did. So now they're hidden. If you go to your operations, I mean, you can also change the default value to be true and then see them again. For skip, we can do the same. So you can skip them if logged in is, can I do this? I don't know, never tried. No, don't think so. You can also make them the other way around. So you can also do if not logged in. Ah, kip. It's chicken in Dutch. As you figured. You can also do the other way around. So you can see if not logged in is true, not logged in is false. So if someone is logged in, you want to show this again. I typically like include better. So you can do include again. So if someone is logged in, we should show the upvotes. The default value is set it to false. But in my app, I actually want to make sure that we use the value if someone is logged in. So we need to pass that value here. And here I can just, I don't know, also hard code it if you want. So it will be shown. Let's see, logged in true. Oh, it's a single article. I want to put it to the other one. Sorry. Go to home and do it here. Logged in true. And I see it's displayed, and if I put false again, it will be hidden. But what I actually want to do is get it from local storage. Local storage, get item, and then token. So if there is a token, I want to show it. If there's no token, I want to hide it. And then I had an extra, like create a logout button, which we could do here as well. So where's my login button? It is here, I guess. No, it's an app. Yeah. In here, I could also just display a button. Probably do it in the login component to say that there's my button. It is here. Something simple like local storage, get item, token is there. I want to have a button to this to log out, and then put some on click here. And then local storage, remove item, token. If I format this, I should have a logout button. The API being checked out. Huh, this is annoying. Apparently I'm still using the mock API here somewhere. So local storage, get item token. And if I don't have the token, I want to be able to log out. Login button, apparently I'm not logged in. Steps in. Someone know why my logout button doesn't show? Local storage, get item, token. Wrong place? Ah. Oh yeah, that's good. I didn't even see. Thank you. So I will be taking this part, leave it out there, and where's my button then? Oh, it's here. So I want to be putting this there. Format it. If like this. So now I have a logout button, and then I press it, the token will be deleted, and if I refresh it, I need to log in again. Probably if you create a production app, you want to create a context or somewhere else to store if someone is logged in. So GraphQL or React can actually see the state change and then reload this automatically for you, so we don't have to do this ourselves. But for now, this is fine, I guess. So we have a logout button. Let's make sure we are logged in again. And then we should be seeing the upvotes. So now I'm logged in. Probably want to store this in context, so this will update automatically, but for now I took a simple step of not doing so. So this was exercise number 3. So for exercise number 4, we'll be using fragments, which are a way to reuse logic in GraphQL. You probably have heard about them. If we would be going here, we could say, so let's say we also want to create, so let's say you want to reuse values, you could use a fragment, which you type down like this, so fragment, we call them article fields on article, and then these should be this ones. So something like this is called a fragment, and then you're able to destructure it here. So this is a way to reuse logic. Let me prettify it. And so you don't have to rewrite the article fields every time, because we're using the article fields to get the articles for the home page. But we also use the same field to get the articles for a single page. And probably the fields are pretty much the same with some small differences. So with a fragment we can reuse this logic and create several queries that have sort of the same fields but are used in different places. It also makes sense to do if the things here, so now we're getting all the articles with all these variables. Maybe you want to have variations on this, in which some have some parameters, some don't have parameters, and that way it also is easy if you could reuse, let's say, these fields. So for exercise number 4, let's write a fragment for the getArticles query and getArticlesById query. So you can use most of the fields and reuse them along the separate queries. So let's take like 5 or 10 minutes to do so. And then for exercise number 5, if you finish exercise number 4, start by running this npm install script, because it might take some time. So if you finish 4, just don't wait for me. Start running this npm install script before we do the solution for exercise number 4. And I'll be walking around if you have any questions, of course. And we can also take a bit longer. So let's take 10 minutes, and then people can have a toilet break in between if they want. Or just feel free to take a toilet break whenever you want. All the exercises will remain in this repo, and you will have the link. So you should be able to open it later on. And also we'll be giving you a QR code later on, which you can use to sign up in a form, because I will be translating this in a course with more content. And then you can receive a link to get the course for free later. So don't feel stressed if you don't be able to follow all the exercises now. Okay, so let's have a look at exercise number 4 for the fragments. So fragment looks like this if you have it in the graphical explorer. If you want to bring it inside your project, it looks a bit different. So what you always need to do if you want to use GraphQL query language inside your project, you would need to create, let me say this is article fields or something. You always need to use the GQL extension because it lets you use GraphQL query language. It also helps your editor, so VS Code will know this is GraphQL, so it gives you nice highlighting. We want to reuse these fields. Yes. But to actually use it inside here, you would need to import this value. And the way it works with strings, in general in JavaScript, is that if you do this, what actually happens is this whole part will be copied in. That will be like this. So this whole part will be copied in, so you don't have to do it by hand, because otherwise you need to define all these fragments all the time. And now you can just copy them in like this. So this is all just a string, but because you have the GQL here, GraphQL will know it will be GraphQL, but also your editor will know, Apollo Client will know, and maybe some of the other toolings you'll be using also will know. So this is just for copying in, the same way as you would do it here. Just copy it in, meaning that this whole fragment will be pasted in. You can actually see it by just, I don't know, just console log this file, this get article in example, and then see what it looks like. We'll be going here, probably should be able to see it. Or at least the part that is used. Well, you probably need to make sure that you have the operations open. But you can actually console log it and then see what it looks like. So it will just copy in the fragment, and that way you are able to reuse these fields. And also, because we're importing it, we're using VS Code, but we have a GraphQL extension, which, by the way, you should install. So I think I have it here. There are 2 major ones, GraphQL language support, and then GraphQL syntax highlighting. I should be adding these to the README, so I will. But then it will also help you with auto-completion, because now you will know as soon as you write on the dots, your editor will know that you can actually paste in the article fields that we have imported as a query and make it able to reuse them. And this way, like these fields can also be reused. You don't have to retype them every time. But maybe you also start changing things. Maybe your ID becomes identifier, or maybe it becomes article ID because you want to separate stuff. Maybe title, you will split it in like a short title and long title. If you're going to make these changes, it's easier to have your fragment because you will just change them here into article ID and in all the other parts. And now we just have 2 queries that rely on this, but maybe you have 3, 4, or maybe tens of queries reusing the same fields because they're typical for your product or for your article. And this way it's easy to keep them all in one place without having to do too many changes. And also, depending on your GraphQL API, you could also use these things for caching, because some GraphQL APIs will use fragment names for caching as well. So they will take these ones that are related to an article with an ID, store them in the cache, and make it easier to pull them up. So these are just cool things you can do with it. But for now, it's just importing the articles, article fields, and then reusing them in just 2 queries. The same if you would go to the graphical, you also need to type them up here. I mean, if you would delete them, then you also couldn't be doing this. So that's why you really need to import them and copy them in. And as it's a string, it will just become one large string, but for you as a developer, you don't have to retype that string every time. And then for exercise number 5, you actually need to install TypeScript, and you can refactor the app to use TypeScript to save you some of the work. I don't know. Are there people that don't have TypeScript experience? So everyone has TypeScript experience? Okay. Well, if you're up for the challenge, you can install TypeScript and refactor the app. If you don't, so do we want to refactor the app to TypeScript? It will probably take more time, and we have little more than an hour left. So we can also just skip that part. And if you would be going is exercise number 5, we can just skip to exercise number 6. So what you need to do is go to this branch, and then inside your terminal, you stop the application, run the install script. So you need to install these things. So TypeScript, some type definitions for Node, React, React DOM, Jest, React Router, the model we're using. Install those, and then do git checkout advanced exercise number 6, and run npm install in there. It will install the same things, and you will get a TypeScript app instead of a JavaScript app. So let's try and do this. I'm not sure how long it will take with the Wi-Fi. I don't know, let's maybe take 5 or 10 minutes for it. And if you're finished, or if you've started it and want to take a bathroom break or get something to drink, then it's also a good idea. So let's try and be back in 10 minutes, and then start working on the TypeScript examples. Oh, and then you also need to install this one. So it's 2 things you need to install. You also need to install GraphQL Code Generator, because we'll be using that to auto-generate code for our GraphQL operations. So make sure to cd into exercise number 5. Sorry, exercise number 5, and then so check out. Probably need to stash because I made changes. Check out exercise number 5. Run npm install there, and then also install these dependencies, because you'll be needing them to auto-generate the code for our GraphQL API. Yeah.
Gets logged out,
Mm-hmm.
and first user is logged in.
Yeah.
We see the output. He gets logged out.
Yeah.
So it will disappear, right? If we have,
Yeah, you need to refresh the query then.
but without refetching, the
Mhm.
output gets disappeared.
Yeah, if the query is re-executed. So it might be that the query is re-executed.
If query is not getting it ready executed, it's
Ah.
still getting disappeared from the user.
Oh, nice.
So my real question is like, so and if you log in again, it will reappear.
Yeah.
So my real question is it persisted on the client side? These upvotes by the Apollo or the graph?
Well, I think then both. So if you don't send the query, it's done by Apollo. If you did send the query, then it's done by the server.
Yeah, because it didn't go to, like, it disappeared
Yeah.
from the UI.
Huh. Yeah, if you have a look at the network tab, if it doesn't resend the query, then it will just hide it for the client. But if it does send a new query, then it won't include the fields.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Okay. Sorry? If you look now, probably included.
login. Okay, this is login API. This upload API did not get refreshed from that.
Yeah, does it in cache?
So like, is it cached by GraphQL itself or?
Well, two things. So StepSend does some caching, so that's GraphQL. But Apollo also does caching for you.
Yeah, Apollo always caches.
Well, GraphQL itself doesn't cache, so the server implementation you're using caches.
Apollo might have done first.
Yeah, yeah, but also the StepSend API I'm using is also applying caching. Sorry? Okay, so for the next part, you should install npm all these things. So GraphQL code gen, it will generate the code for us. And also this file, I'm actually going to be skipping and checking out to the solution, so I don't have to reinstall everything. Or maybe I do, I'm not sure. We just run yarn to be sure. So it installs all these dependencies, and then you also need a codegen.yaml file. It has a schema. So this is the link to the GraphQL API you're using. You can find it in the index file. And also we tell it what we want to do. So we want to generate operations and TypeScript types. In here you could also define the header. You define it like this in case you need it. Let me update the README for you later on. It looks something like this. So if you have signed up for StepSend, you would need to append the header as well, meaning that you would need to define it like this. Headers, put the authorization in there, and then the API key. I think my install is almost finished. And if we go to article in example, you can see that we have, after you generate it, you can import these from a generated file. So now we have it installed. You can actually run the command npx graphql codegen with this. See what's inside my code and YAML file. It's the API. So it might have some headers depending on if you need them. Just append them either way. Authorization. And then so if you run the code gen, it will create a file for us, which is somewhere here. It's in source, generated, and then it has TypeScript types. So what it does, it creates a TypeScript definition of everything that I have in my GraphQL schema. So there is an organization type in my schema. This probably works best if I take this thing along as well. Just restart the server. So it creates TypeScript types for everything I have in here. So if we go to article, you can see all these fields. If I would be finding article in here, it will also have type article. You can see it also has these things. So it is a body, it's a canonical URL, it has description, title, ID, and then it maps the types to where they are. You can see they all say maybe, because in GraphQL everything is optional by default, while in TypeScript everything is required by default. So that's why all these flags are added here. So these type definitions are created for me, meaning that I can use them inside my app. And it creates them on several levels. So this use query, it doesn't have type definitions by default. You need to define them. So we're going to tell them that the response type looks like this. It will have the article field, all the fields that we request, and then the variables as well. So it will already know that the ID will be a string. And if you go down, it will already know that article is of type article. The field ID might be there. It should be a number. Title is a string. Body HTML is also a string. So it has all this information for us. And that way, you don't need to define all these things yourself. Instead, we let TypeScript do it with the code generator for us. And this way, you don't need to only type them yourself. But if you change something in your GraphQL API, you can just run the code gen again. It will take the GraphQL schema and generate the types for you. And you can even use it for more things. Exercise 7, which we'll be skipping now, actually, just because we don't have enough time for it. But you can also use it to generate components for you. So instead of having to define it like this, you will get like a strongly typed component hook, which will be looking something like use get article by ID query, and then you just define the variables to it. So this will be the query that it can auto-generate for us. And then it will still have all these things. So if you wanted to reduce the amount of code you have in your application, also generating the Apollo hooks for you can be a great time saver. I can actually show you real quick how to do it. So what you would be doing, you need to install some extra dependencies, just this one. And then the second thing you do is just adding them here. We're doing TypeScript, React, Apollo. And we already pointed them towards the operations. So it will find all the operations in here, create the types for it, create the hooks for it, basically everything you need. And then inside your app, you can just import them without having to make any changes while updating your backend. So typically I would say you would put this inside your CI/CD, maybe every time you build your project, or maybe when you're in development mode, every time you make changes to the API, you just need to refetch this. So if I now run the code generator again, it will also create strongly typed hooks, which look like this. So they will already have all the type definitions, meaning that I can delete a lot of code from my app and only need to use this once, which is quite cool. And then the final exercise we'll be doing today, we have 10 minutes for it, is doing some testing. And for the testing, we'll be using React Testing Library, which you also need to install, of course. So just run yarn add and then install React Testing Library, and you can create a test script for it. And in here, I created a sample test, which you can just copy paste in a new file. You can call it like articles.test.jsx or tsx, whatever you prefer. You can also create a new directory and put a test file in there. It's really up to you. I see people using different patterns for where to store the testing files. And then just paste this one inside. So what I typically see is you either create a new file here called article.test.jsx. I typically don't really use TypeScript for my test files, but it's up to you. And then here you can just create a test, and this should run. But what you want to test is if the data is actually there and what the data looks like. So for that, you need to be adding a mock data. And then there is tons of stuff you can do. You can also test the error responses. But for the testing file, you can also create a new folder, something like this. You call them like tests, and then put your article test in there. I mean, both methods will work. It really depends how you like to structure things. And then you should be able to run npm react scripts and do test. No, not like this. I need to add the test script to my JSON. This. So this will create two tests that will just do some simple things, and I guess I need to install some things. File module article. Oh wait. I need to make sure I import it from the right direction, so just get rid of these. The other one will work, I guess. Test suite. We need to save it. Yeah. So what it will do, it will create a mocked provider that will be used by the hook in your component to get the data. And then you can test if the loading indicator is there, which we have here. So we have a loading indicator, we have an error. But what you actually want to test is your data there? So will there be articles rendered? What do they look like? And for this, you need to provide some mock data to it. And if you provide mock data, you need to make sure the mock data has the same format as the data that's flowing into your app. And this way, you can actually test all the components right inside your project, just by using the mock provider. And there is also, I think I put this in the bonus, so you can do it at home or once the course is out. There's also ways to mock your entire schema. That way you don't test against a mock you put in your file, but you actually test against the mocks that we created with GraphQL Code Generator. And that way you have everything in one suite, and you don't need to create all these mocks by hand. We'll just use the magic of like code generation to do it for us. So for the final exercise we'll be doing today, you can create this test, make sure the mock works. So what you want to be testing is, expect this to be, I don't know, like where's my article? So you want to test the existence of an article here. I think just is a typo, it should be this, yeah. Okay, So we have around 10 minutes for this. We can also, while you try this out, we can also use the last 10 minutes to answer some questions in case you have any. I will also be around for the rest of the conference, so if you can't ask your question today, don't be scared. You can find me tomorrow or this evening or the day after to help you answer your question. But yeah, so this will be the last one we'll do together today. And then, as I mentioned before, there is a upcoming course to which I can give you a free usage as soon as it's out, for which you can use this QR code. So before you leave, make sure to scan it, and you can leave your email address, and then I will update you as the course is out. Don't feel obliged to. You don't have to get the course. You can also keep the repo and try out the exercises there. But the course will be a bit more complete, with more code examples and a bigger application. Yes, to make the test work, you actually need to do several things. So if you go to the article component here, you can see we first need to mock the use params because we need to have an identifier that we can use for the mocking. And then this will be done. The hook will be mocked for us by Apollo. And then we can check for the existence of like the title or the body. We would change this. I will do several things. So I create a mock, which you need to define the request. And for this, I can take the same query that's been generated for us that's being used by the hook. So if I would be going to our hook here, you can see somewhere in there which document it's using. And then I need to mock the values. So for the variables, I'll be mocking this variable. It's also my return, which I also mocked. And then when I'm using the mock for the use params, I also need to put the same value in there to be sure that this is the value that's being used by my app. And then I could just create another test function in which I will be looking for something like test, which is the title. And if you save this, this should be working. Maybe I forget something, find an element. I probably forgot something here. Let's see, what did I forget? Well, probably something here. I'm not using the auto-generated hooks. That's it. So you need to change this to be probably get article by ID. Which I can then import from there. Never mind. You should check out exercise number 9 on your computer and then see how to get it working. But the main idea is you define a request, you define the query. So I guess this is not the same one as over here. I'm still using the hook I created myself, while I should be using the auto-generated one. You define the variables, so make sure that the ID you use here is the same as in your response. And then it's the same that you mock here, because my component over here is using this one, params.id, to actually get the ID to get the request. And then you can just check for test, this is a test. You can also put this all in the same thing. So you can use the find text by loading also in there, because React testing library will wait for the another one. You can see we have no wait. So it will first go to loading, it will then check if the test is there, and then maybe it will go to a second screen. But make sure to check out the future branches, because they all of the working code, including the auto-generated hooks, which I was using here. So this one wouldn't work. Let me see if I can find which one it's using. It's using this one. So probably that's the one I should put in there from this one / operations. Maybe this is better. Yeah, so this one works. So make sure to use the exact same query as you're using here. And in the previous test, I was using one that was auto-generated, but I wasn't using the auto-generated one in here. So that's something to keep an eye out. It needs to be exact same format in order to work. So as I told you before, you can keep using this repo, so make sure to save it somewhere. And also, if you scan the QR code, I will update you if when the course is out, somewhere at the end of the year, and you'll be able to take that for free as well. And if you have any questions, I'm afraid we have to leave this room because there will be a talk. So if you want to see the talk, make sure to stick around, or just find me somewhere at the conference to ask your question here, or find me on Twitter with this handle. Okay, thank you.
React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React, 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 React India. React India. 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 React, 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 React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India. React, 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 React India. React India. React, 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 React India.
Cool. Hello everyone. So I'm Vatsal and I work as software engineer at Rippling. And today we'll be seeing like how plugins work. We will be seeing ESLint plugin, Babel plugin, Prettier plugin, and a Webpack loader as well. We'll also talk about Webpack plugin. And so before we start coding, let's see what actually happens under the hood, how these plugins work. So how do programming languages work? So any piece of code is just a string. So if you unless like compiler takes that string and converts it into an executable code, that code is just a string. So how do compilers actually like convert this code to a like executable code? So there is something like abstract syntax tree. In short, we call it AST. And so AST is nothing but a tree representation of the code, and there has to be no correct format for an AST. You can define your own format. So for example, here I have some HTML. So if you look at this code, there's a div element which it has a class, and then there are some children. So if I have to write AST for this, this is my representation that I'm having a root node as div, and then it has a type which tells like what kind of HTML element it is. Then it has another property called attributes, which has like you define class names. So you have the class name as container, and then you have children, which is an array of nodes, and then this nodes similarly will have a type. It can be text, or then again type can be div for other children, and so on. So that's how we build a tree. So if we look at this example, like here for this code, let x on right, what you see is the AST generated by this ESP parser. So this is the parser which ESLint uses, and I think as you can see, like the code is very simple. We are just declaring a variable, but ASTs can be like really complex. Like they can have like lot of data. So here you can see it has a type. Uh, it also like stores or gives you information about position in the code, like where that code is. So in body you have this variable declaration, and under declaration like there's identifier, and then it tells you like what is the name of that variable. So it's X, um, and going forward. So what can we do with these ASTs? So there are kind of multiple use cases. Some of them I've listed is like you can do static type checking, which TypeScript does. You can transpile code, so you can like take some source code, get an AST of it, convert this AST to another AST, and then again you can convert it back to code. So Babel does something similar. It takes your JavaScript, it converts it into an AST. It will see what nodes or it should transfile down to. For example, like if you're using a class and your browser doesn't support classes, it will like convert it into functions. So that's one thing. Code formatting as well. So for example, with Prettier, you ignore the initial formatting of the code, right? So AST Prettier uses is unaware of the formatting you had in your code. So it doesn't matter if there were tabs or like 4 white spaces or anything. The AST is agnostic of it, and then you generate the code according to the AST, right? Similarly, like you can do code minification and other things. So just for example, like TypeScript, we talked about, there's TypeScript code. Uh, TypeScript will make an AST of it. It'll do all the static analysis on it, and then this AST you I mean remove all those types, and then you get just JavaScript, and then you get JavaScript code. Similarly for Babel, you have this JavaScript code. In between, you have this JavaScript AST, and then you transform this AST into uh, I mean AST of JavaScript which your environment supports, and then you get JavaScript code. So the idea behind plugins is something very similar. We have a source code, we have AST, and then we plug in or we plug our code in between it to transform this AST, and then we get the compiled code. So we modify code, but we don't modify code directly on the source code. We modify it on the AST because it's easier, it's more reliable. So yeah, if you have your laptops, I have these repositories. I think you can clone them. So you can also go to my GitHub profile, and I have these links all here. So I think I'll wait for 5 minutes for everyone to clone, those who have their laptops, and then like we can actually see how, I mean, get into coding. So my username is V80Z88, and they are like the links are pinned there. So these the code which we'll be working on, it should work with any node version, but the node version I have used is 18.7. So you can maybe, if you use NVM or N or any other node version manager, you can maybe check out this version as well. So one more thing is, our purpose here is to not master building these plugins, but to understand how they work. So if you understand how ASTs work, or how these different kinds of plugin implement their architecture to support others to build plugins for them, uh, I think you can build plugin for anything, and not just these 4 packages. I guess we can start. Yeah, cool. So we'll start with building a simple ESLint plugin. Um, so I already have this repository, React India 2022 ESLint plugin clone in my laptop, and if you look at the repository, in the README, I have added all the steps as well. So for setup, you don't need to do anything except for npm install. uh, Rest should be fine. I've also like listed the commits here, so in case something is not working for you, or you simply want to check out a commit, you can directly do it from here. And this is the uh, command we will run on our terminal to simply test our plugin. Okay. And yeah, there's also this link to ESLint extension if you're using VS Code. So this extension should give you or highlight code if there is any ESLint failures in VS Code itself. And in all repositories, I have added these resources. So maybe later after this workshop, if you want to explore more about any of these plugins, you can use these resources. So we will start with building a simple plugin like no class components. So in React, we are all familiar with functional components and class components. Functional components were more recently introduced in React, and hypothetically, let's assume like we don't want people to write class components in our code base. we can enforce this by adding a ESLint rule that like doesn't allow adding new class components. So, yeah. Before that, I already have this ESLint RC setup. So just to walk you through, every ESLint plugin has this naming convention that it starts with ESLint plugin, and then you give your plugin name. In our case, I'm just calling it my plugin. It can be anything. And since this plugin is not published, we are simply like using a file link to kind of define this plugin. And yeah, so each ESLint plugin consists of rules. So you can define multiple rules. Here we will first try to build a no class components rule, and then we will see if we can build a rule around no deprecated prop. So let's, yeah. So we saw ASTs, right? Let's open. So this AST Explorer is a site which has like multiple parsers, and you can add any code and it will give you how the AST looks like for that parser. So this ESPRESPRE is the parser which ESLint internally uses. Yeah. I think this should be good. So for example, like this is, let's say this is our code. We are declaring a component. This is a React component, and as you can see, this is a class component, and the rule which we are trying to enforce is that we don't want to allow class components, right? We only want people to write functional components. So in the AST, if you look, this is the AST. It gives us this, like this is a tree, so it starts with program, and then inside of body you have this class declaration. It tells you like it uses this super class, which is uh, React, which is object like React, and then property it has component. And how ESLint works is it will take your code, it will generate a AST, and it has something like visitor. So what happens is you can define functions you want to be called on a specific type of node. So in AST, each node has a type. In this case, like this is a class declaration. So we know that this node is class. Let me unhide. So yeah. So you see, this node has a type called class declaration. So what ESLint does is each rule in each rule, like you have some metadata around it, like what is the type of the rule, and like message, like in case if there is some code which doesn't satisfy this rule, like what should be the message the user should see. So what we do is we return a object which has like visitors for each node. So in our case, we want to have a rule around classes, so we add a function for class declaration. So type of the node and name of the function is always the same here. And to simply show you, let's just log and see what do we get here. So if you, so this is the command which I'm using in my terminal. This basically runs ESLint on this file. I already have this file in the repository, and it will run ESLint rules which we have defined against this file. Okay, so if we run this, what do we get here is the same node. So you can see like the classes, type is class declaration. And now let's try to identify if this class is a React component, right? Like, because not all classes have to be class components, they can just be simple JavaScript classes. So if we let's look at in the EST Explorer. So we know that every React class component extends this React.component, right? So it should be a good identifier to tell us whether this class is a React component or not. So what we do is this node has a property called superclass, and inside of it has a object where we can check name is React. So let's put a condition here. We have node, then we have superclass, and then we have object, and inside of object we have name. And let's say if this is equal to React, we will know that this is a class component. Okay, let's try our CLI command again. So you see this is printed, like this is a class component. So we know that this condition is satisfied. Now what we have to do is we want to tell ESLint that when this condition is satisfied, raise a error. And how it does is it gives us this context here. So we can say like context dot report. So this is context dot report basically takes multiple things. You can either give it a node, like on which node the error is. You can also give it a location object. So location object will have exact you can say starting and ending point and line number where that error is occurring in the code. We can also give a message ID. So in our case, like let's give a message first. So message, we will say that no class components allowed. Yeah, this is the message we want. And for now let's simply pass this node. So if we run our plugin again, it tells us that there's a problem in this file, and it's a warning. So because we have defined our rule to be a warning, if we give like 2 here, it will assume that any code which breaks this rule should be treated as error and not a warning. So we can try that as well. So now it tells us that there is this warning, and the message what we pass is the message we see here. You can see this in VS Code as well. So for example, if you are using this ESLint extension in VS Code, all you have to do is restart ESLint server. So once you restart ESLint server, it will like pick up our changes in this rule, and now we see this same error in VS Code. Now, if you see, it's highlighting the entire class in red, because what we have defined in our rule is like we are telling this node is the problem. But instead, what we can do is we can also give it a location object instead. And if we so if we look at this AST which we printed earlier from uh, in our terminal, you can see that there is already a location object present. So let's try to reuse it. So we know that this is the node. Inside this node, we have an ID, and it has a location, and this location corresponds to this our component name, which is my component. So let's try and use this location instead. So we can say node dot id dot location, and we will have to restart our ESLint server again. So now you see we get this error only on this particular uh, node, because like that is what location we have defined. Like this is we are telling ESLint that this I mean my component is the only problematic code, so like only highlight it. And yeah, moving on, I also have this another rule. I would let you all try out if you are coding along with me. In this rule, like what we want to do is, let's say you have a component, and for some reason you want to deprecate a prop in this component. You can add a ESLint rule to identify that this component, actually this should be, let's call it component 1, and you can identify like this this is not, it's giving us error because this is not defined. Let's just assume that there is some declaration here. So let's say we want to deprecate this old prop, and we would want to do it with an ESLint rule. So if we again go back to our AST, so if we try to find out where like how the AST of this JSX looks like, so inside of return statement we have this, and then yeah, so you see we have this JSX element, and here we have opening element. This is the type of this node, JSX opening element. So what we have to do is like we simply add a function for this particular node, and again we do the same thing. We see inside this function it has a name property, and again inside of it it has a name which tells us like what's the name of our component, right? So we can say we can say if like node dot name is equal to my component 1. So we identify like it will only, I mean this condition will only satisfy when the component name is my component 1, and inside of this we have this attributes. So we have this array of attributes, right? What we have to do now is like we can simply check if any of the attribute is equal to old prop, right? So let's say if or let's say we will say it if it has old prop, so node dot we have attributes, and this is an array, so we'll have a sum, and so we have to check if the name is equal to old prop, right? So and then we do the same thing, like we have this if condition. If it has an old prop, we take this context, and then we report that there's an error. We'll give the node, and we also have to give a message, like what is the error message. And let's say we say don't use old prop. Let's try this. Line 12. Oh yes, thanks. Okay, we may have to log a few things. So for time being, let's say yeah, this let's mark this no deprecated prop as a warning. So it tells us false. Okay, so there is a typo in the name, I suppose. Okay. This looks fine. Yeah. So we have this JSX opening element. Inside of it, we have name, and name has a property called name. So it is printing. Yeah, I think it's printing multiple times because we have multiple JSX opening bracket. Let's remove this div for now. So it has a node. Node has name, and again it has name. Which one is running? Okay. Wait, I think there is some error. I just don't see it now. To not waste our time like debugging this, I can actually just check out this commit and let's remove these changes. Yeah. So we see like we added these two rules where like one is prefer functional components and another is like old prop is deprecated. Please use a new prop. So code looks very similar, but we could be doing something wrong. I'll debug that later. But yeah, that's about ESLint. And with all this, like documentation is your yeah 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 no. So the meta which actually the type which we define there is not the type like the kind of error which ESLint should uh, throw. The type here actually represents this. So if you give a problem, it tells ESLint that whether this if this rule is left like unchanged or if it is not fixed, it can actually break code. Uh, and suggestion tells us like it doesn't break code. There is also this layout. So if you would have used this Prettier ESLint plugin, it kind of Prettier doesn't check anything. It doesn't care about if it is valid JavaScript or not. It only cares about whether the code is following the formatting which is defined, right? So this type here is for that. It's not the type which we are referring here. So this is the actual like if you want to throw error or not, whether this rule is satisfied or not. And like 0 is for no errors, like ignore the rule. 1 is for warning, and 2 is for error. Yeah, yeah. I think since it's executed synchronously, like it doesn't stop. It's just I think it'll keep a reference like these are all the places where errors were reported, and then like at the end it'll just give you all the errors which were reported. Yeah, cool. So yeah, like so when working with any plugins, like documentation is your best friend because you don't know how the like who has built this ESLint package or Babel or anything, like how they are defining their AST, uh, what kind of nodes that AST will have, or how their plugin internally works. So yeah, always refer to documentation. I have added links in all repositories. There is much more which we can do with ESLint plugins. Like we aren't covering it all in this workshop, but you can also like define if a rule can it can be auto fixed. Like a lot of formatting can be auto fixed, so you can make it a fixable rule. Like users can give this flag if you have ever tried. Like you can give the fix flag when running ESLint, and it'll try to auto fix things like places where it could have been a const but you're using a let. It'll try to auto fix that. And yeah, we we saw this. And moving on, let's try with Babel. Now Babel also does something very similar. So if you're coding along with me, this is the repository you should open. React India 2022 Babel plugin. I'll also close this. So this AST Explorer site which we are using to refer ASTs, it also has an option for choosing Babel parser. So let's switch to Babel parser here, and I have some sample code as well. Let's try to go through the AST. So AST which Babel has, it is also kind of very similar to the AST which we were looking for like for ESLint plugin. So here also, like, each node has a type. So here we see the type is function declaration, and then inside that you have a like block statement, and then there is this export or default declaration at the bottom. So for Babel, let's say we want to write a Babel plugin which removes all the console statements. Okay. So what do we do is we check. Let's first try to see what is the type of node where console log is present, right? So it tells us like this node type is expression statement. So now we know that we have to have a function on this node, and Babel also like follows the same visitor pattern where it will have an AST and then it will visit each node of the AST, and if you have a function on that node, it will simply call that function. So let's go to code. So every like Babel plugin is just a single file where you just return visitors. So let's add a visitor for expression statement. The difference with ESLint is, like, in ESLint we used to get the node in argument. Babel gives us path. So path is not very much different. Like, path also has node inside of it. Like, you can access node with path.node. Path has more information in a way that it also tells you like where that node is coming from. Like, you can have the parent node and all. So in layman's terms, like, path references to, like, if you have two nodes, like how you go from one node to other node is just the path, right? So let's say we have added this visitor, and let's simply try to first console the node if you are getting it or not. And the command which we will be using is this. We simply call Babel in terminal. We tell which file to run it on, and we give like which plugin we want to run, right? So So let's simply try this. So we see this node being printed, right? And now that we have node, we next step is we have to identify if this expression statement is of, I mean, it refers to a console log, or it can be any other expression statement as well. So how we do it is, let's try to see. Yeah, so we see it gives us this callee. So callee is basically who is like calling this, or what this expression statement is actually calling, right? So it tells us that there's a object, so console is the object, and the property being called is the log. So what we can do is, we can check node.callee.object.name. If it is console, we simply remove that node, right? So let's try to log it. Callee.object dot name. So also it's like safe to just have a this optional chaining here, because like a lot of nodes may satisfy this type, but then they may not have the properties. So I usually just use this optional chaining. So it's giving us well, this is inside expression. Let's see. There's a type. Okay, so this is inside expression, and then we have callee, not directly callee. So let's node dot expression. So yeah, we see this console. Ignore the function being logged here. It's just Babel will do all the transformation on this file and then simply return whatever code it has. So this code which you see is coming from there, but this console which is printed is what we have, the log here. To distinguish, I can add one more log here. Yeah. So this code below one is what Babel is returning us. And what we want to do is, like, now that we have identified this console node, let's try to remove it. And how we do that is we simply call path dot remove. So first let's put this inside the if condition. So here, if this is equal to console, what we do is we just remove the path. And yeah, there we have it. So now you see there is no console statement in what we got here. like earlier, we in our original code we have a console statement, but we don't have it anymore here. So this is like a fairly simple plugin, but you can do like a lot more with these plugins. Let's so moving on. Next, we will see a prettier plugin, which is kind of different. Like in ESLint and Babel, we saw that both of them use this visitor pattern where you can add functions on each visitor. With prettier, so let's yeah. For prettier, I think let's first uh, see the repository. Yeah, I think this is the repository you should check. So while you open this, I'll get some water. Before we code, let me show you like what we could actually be building with Prettier. Yeah. So this what you see here is RQL. At Rippling, we call this Rippling query language. So this is it's kind of similar to SQL if you would have worked with. So we all know like with Prettier you have existing formatters, right? Like you can format JavaScript, you can format some other coding languages as well. But for example, if you were to build your own language, you would have to write a Prettier plugin to format that code, right? Um, so this is RQL. We don't have to get into how RQL works, but let's say we have created our own language and we want to format it. So let's I might have This is weird. It was there, but uh, anyway, we are going to write write this one. Cool. So yeah, I wanted to explain like how formatting works. This is like I wanted to demo this. This is RQL and like how we can format it for this workshop's purpose. What we will do is like we will not try to write a complex formatter. We will try to format like simple arrays. Like if you have something like this, it can be like very long array, and you see there is this no spacing in between. Like correct formatting would be you have a space after comma, right? So let's go here. So yeah, Prettier has what Prettier does is like you have to define your own parser and a printer. So parser is what generates AST from the code, and printer is like what takes that AST and gives you the output like formatted code. And if you look at a Prettier plugin, the config has like mainly three things. You define a language. In our case, like I'm calling it RQL, and this is the parser I define. Let's call it RQL parse. In the parsers, we have to define then like the actual function, which will be formatting. Parsing this code. And in printers, like we define. Along with parser, we also define the AST format. Like what will be the, I mean, the format of AST which our parser is giving. And in printers you define this is the AST format and this is the printer we are supposed to use. Yeah. So I'll I'll start from. The like we start coding from this branch. Why is it? Yeah. So this is the branch we kind of start coding with. So yes, this is the main file our plugin refers to. So here I have already like defined the languages, the parsers and printers. You can also have like default options when you're formatting the code, like if you want to use tabs or like if you want to have a different tab width. And so one more thing is like for ease of development and demo purpose, I have also added like a small HTML here which we can like just use with this. So So yeah, our purpose, our goal is to, like, currently we are not doing anything, but our goal is to take this array and have a formatted array printed here. Okay, so we have to start with firstly writing our parser. So before we write our parser, like, we have to define our AST structure, correct? So let's say for arrays, we define our AST as we have a type. We call it array, and inside of this we can have children, and it can be again an array of nodes, and these nodes will again have a type of, let's call it element, and then it will have a value. So value can be anything. So for example here, let's say just it's 1. So this is the AST structure which we are defining for our parser, right? And to start with, let's first just log the code which we get. So this parser will not will like simply receive a string of whatever code is there. So if we check console, yeah, this is just the this is exactly the same array. It's not in form of array, it's a string, which is what we get in our parser. So I mean, for demo purposes, I would be writing like a very lame parser, but like more ideally how we usually do parsing is you read each character by character, and then try to form tokens, and then with those tokens you generate AST. Okay, don't ever use regex or things like that to like parse some code and generate AST. So let's say first we have to trim these white spaces around here, because uh, the AST for Prettier is agnostic of initial formatting, right? It doesn't care how the code formatting initially was. All it cares is like how the code formatting should be. So let's say let's call it trimmed code, and we trim it. Yeah, so now we have trimmed the extra white spaces. Next is if you observe the AST which we have defined, it only has a type array, like it, and then you have these children, like child elements. We don't have anything like the square bracket or commas, like, so we have to remove them as well. Let's first get array elements, and to remove the this angular brackets, like I'm simply going to just remove the first and last character, because I know those are the angular brackets. So cool. Next we do is we split it by comma. because we know each element is separated by comma in an array. And let's try to just log it first. So now we have each element here. One thing I think we missed is like we still have some white spaces, right? Because we are splitting it by comma, but we should also trim white spaces in between these elements. So let's map it. We get each element and then we just remove any white spaces. So now we have all the elements without any white space. And now that we have all the elements, like we only have to like convert them to AST node, and let's call it children AST. So it has a type. Type we have defined as, let's call it element. The type is element, and value is just the value, like string value of the element, right? And we have to return the root node. So at root we know the type is array, and it has children, and this children AST is what are the children. We can log this as well to check. So yeah, so now that this is our AST. At root we have type array, and then like we have children. Each children has a type and value. So we are done with one thing. Like we have a parser which takes code and gives us the AST. Next we have to do is we have to write a printer. Right, so let's simply let's first only just log the node. So prettier will like take our AST, it will wrap it around some of its helper functions, and like it gives us this path. So path dot get value is the actual node which we will get, and what we have to return from here is the formatted code. So we see this same our AST being logged here. So now what we have to do is we have an AST. So trees you can recursively kind of loop over, right? Like you have a node, inside that you have another node, and then that's how it goes on. So we write some base conditions and then we just loop over it for other nodes. So the first thing is like we have to identify the kind of node, right? So which we get from node.type. One type we know is array, because like we defined RAST, right? So the array is the type. Another type is element. So So let's say element. Now with element, we know that there is no formatting needed. Like we simply have to return the node value, because you can't format the value. It's just the string. There is nothing more to it. With arrays, before that, let's see these things. So yeah, Prettier provides us with these helper functions, you can say, to kind of format our code, right? So internally, Prettier, I mean, represents any unformatted code, or like you can say the intermediate representation. They call it doc. So doc can be a string or array of more docs, or a command. So for example, here group is a, you can say, helper function which Prettier provides us, and what we can use group for is we can tell Prettier that try to fit everything within this group into one line if you can. If you can't, then break it into more lines. And similarly, like there is line. So if the group has to be, I mean, if it's not possible to fit the group in with an actual line, if it fits in one line, this line will be replaced with white space. And similarly, we have this for indentation, and if you want to join more docs, you can use this join functions, which we will see. So in our case, let's say we want Prettier to fit everything into one line, right? So we will say return. First, we will have to import it. Prettier dot builders. So we have a group. So the first thing a array has is a opening square bracket, which we removed in our AST, so we have to add it back. Similarly, we add a closing bracket as well. Now in between of this, we have our like child elements, right? So how we get it is we have this path. So path has a map function on it, which can actually map over, I mean loop over and call this print. This print is the same function as this printer, but why Prettier doesn't, I mean, like why we don't directly call this printer recursively is there's no way for Prettier to know like if it was called from a node or like it's being called directly, right? So it internally kind of uh, gives us this print function again. So we want to map print, and like what we want to map is the children key. Yeah, let's see if we get something in the output. This won't be formatted, but so yeah, so we get our opening and closing brackets. We get all our values. They are not comma separated. So before we loop them, we have to join them, right? Join them with a comma. Let's import join. And yeah, so here comes another this function. line. So we would want to join them with a comma, but it's nice to have a space after comma, right? That's the purpose of formatting. Now this space, it the condition here is like if the array is printed in one line, we want a space, but if it cannot be printed in one line, we want a new line. And for that we use this line which Prettier provides us. So this line will be replaced with a white space if if the array can be fitted in one line, or if it has more elements, it will be replaced with a line break. Now let's see this. So we have our elements, we have a comma, and we also have a white space here. Now let's try to add some more elements here. And you see now, since it was not possible to fit them in one line, Prettier is kind of like breaking them into multiple lines. So the line which we added here is like actually being replaced with a line break and not a white space. But in this case, we would also want this role to come in next line, right? And there has to be some indentation here, like some space. So let's add that. Yeah, we want to add indentation here, and we would also want a line because we don't want this role to be in the same line with this opening bracket. I think this has to be an array. Yeah. So okay. So we have this indentation now. We also have role on the next line. We would also then need a line here. So what we do is we add a line here. We added outside indentation because this line doesn't need indentation. Like this closing bracket has to be outside. Like it doesn't have to be indented. Only the elements have to like be need this indentation. So this works for fewer elements. Now if we if we add more elements, and we see the formatted array. So this was a like fairly simple example, but there's like lot more things as well. If you are actually writing a parser, like this may not work for all arrays. Our parser didn't take into consideration like if there's a string in between, how would it deal with it, or if there are nested arrays, right? So yeah, moving on. So there's one last thing. I'll come back to this later. Lastly, I wanted to talk about Webpack loader. So we saw how ESLint plugin works, Babel as well as Prettier. Webpack also has loaders and plugins. To talk about loaders, what Webpack loaders does is you can import any non-JavaScript file into a JavaScript file. Yeah. 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 So I do have that kind of code here as well. Like I don't know, like it was just working. That is what I wanted to show with RQL. But if you look at my repository, there is this main branch. So in all repository there is a main branch which you can check out. So this React India branch has the starter code and main has the final code. And if we look at the parser here, this is like a little more complex RQL parser. At the end, I'll see if I can actually run that, why it didn't work. But here we aren't doing something like just simply trimming the white spaces and then we just use a split function. That's not how you ideally write parsers. It would not work for like most cases as well. Like in our simple case, it was fine to quickly write a parser, but ideally you would want to parse the string character by character and like identify tokens within the string and then using them like kind of build the AST. So if we actually look here, there are like I have multiple kind of nodes. I have operators, functions, symbols, and I also remember if like you have to see if it was an array, then the array has this square closing bracket. Otherwise, expressions have this round closing bracket and things. Yeah. No. So since with Prettier we write our parser and printer as well. So our parser and printer has to be compatible with each other. So whatever AST our parser gives should work with the printer we write. And in the beginning, as I said, like AST doesn't have to have a fixed format. Like you can define your own AST, but in general, like it's a practice that usually, since it's a tree and you have to identify nodes in the tree, it has a type key which tells like what is the type of the node, and value is like what value it has. And we saw this AST Explorer as well. So our AST is like extremely simple. Like we don't have a lot of other information as well. So if you look at the AST here, they also give you starting and ending position of each node. So there's like a lot more information in these ASTs. And like you can actually explore, like there are a lot of other parsers as well. Cool. I think let's quickly just go through Webpack Loader. So this, Webpack Loader, as I said, it allows us to import any non-JavaScript asset into JavaScript file. And the repository which we will be using is this one. So I guess you would have cloned this already. So yeah, if you would have seen a Webpack config before, we usually define rules for each file how that files should be, like what loader to use it. So in case of CSS files, we have these loaders. So what actually happens is, in a JavaScript file, if you import a SAS file, like this SAS loader will kind of like, I mean, it's the SAS loader which is responsible to make CSS code work within JavaScript, and you can change these loaders as well. So SAS loader doesn't have to do all the work if you already have a CSS loader, and it's already doing the work. So SAS loader will only take care of like converting SAS to CSS, and then it can just pass it on to CSS loader, and it can take care of like other thing. The style loader is basically what adds I think JavaScript code to inject the CSS, right? So yeah. So, this is the command which basically builds like it runs the Webpack build, and in our config we have a entry file which is like simply index JS. Like, you don't have any code, there's only a console log statement there. Yeah, so like let's try to run this without any loader code. Yeah, so it gives us this build file, and if I can format this, yeah. So what we see is this is the console log which we have in our this test the index file, and here as you can see, like I'm trying to import a file which is not JavaScript. So in earlier example we saw this RQL, right? Like for example, if I want to import RQL and make it work with JavaScript, this will currently not work. So because like Webpack doesn't know what RQL is, so we have added this RQL loader, and what this does is it like Webpack will give it the source. This source is the content of the file, and this loader has to return a valid JavaScript. So in case of like CSS loader, what you get is CSS, I mean content of the CSS file, and what something style loader would do is it would return a JavaScript function which can just create a script tag and inject the content of that CSS, right? So at runtime, what we get is like the CSS injected. In our case, let's just try to run this again. Okay, so it has to have a return statement, that is the error. But you see this this RQL which is logged here. It is the same source of this file. Now this doesn't directly work with JavaScript. So let's say what our loader should do is it should give us a function which can actually fetch data using this RQL. So if we were to actually write a function, it would look something like export default. Let's say it's an async function, and it returns us some some value. We make some maybe server call to fetch the value using the RQL, and in here what we have to do is, like, since we can return any valid JavaScript, we can return this as well. Let's instead return so what we are doing is our loader is returning a function which for now simply returns this whatever the source set got, right? So now if we were to let's comment this out for once. Okay, so this is the build.js is what this Webpack compiled our index file to, and let's try to run this. So what we get is like simply a log to test because that is the only code which we have here. Let's uncomment this, and now that we know that this our loader will actually give us a function, we can actually call this as a function, and we can log it. Let's see. So let's build it. What is the error? Unterminated string constant. Oh yeah. So this is happening because this RQL has a new line at the end, and new lines don't work with double quotes or single quotes. So the build is successful. Now let's try to run the build. So you see this returned us a promise, and this is what the promise resolves with. You can do a lot more things. Instead of like returning a function, you could also return a React component, and maybe that component can internally fetch some data using this query. You can also write your own loaders for example, some media type. So let's say you import MP3 file. You can actually upload that MP3 to some S3 or somewhere, get URL of it, and return a HTML element, like audio or something with source of that link to the MP3. And yeah, so that was about loaders. We can quickly Webpack plugins are different from loaders. We are not I'm not doing a demo on Webpack plugins, but just to give you a brief idea, like you can they are used to produce like some kind of side effects, or not side effects, but you would have seen a plugin like bundle analyzer. So what it does is Webpack plugin can actually listen to each step in the compilation lifecycle, right? So it has a apply method, and then you can actually tap and listen. So if you want to write a plugin which does something, or like when the build starts, you can write a plugin for that. If you want to do something when the build finishes, you can write a plugin for that. You can also write plugins for other steps in between. You can also get the data. So that's how this bundle analyzer plugin works. Like every time you have a file compiled or a chunk generated, you also have source map for it, and then like this bundle analyzer plugin will give you like the final thing where like it has analyzed like where the like what chunk has what file. It remembers it and then it like gives you a report. So that was brief about plugins. And if you were to build your own plugin system, like we saw different ways how other things are doing, like Prettier and Babel use this visitor pattern. I mean, ESLint and Babel uses this visitor pattern. Prettier, since it's a formatting thing, you have to write your own parsers and printers. Webpack loaders also like kind of chain. You can chain loaders. That's one way. Webpack plugins give you this kind of you can say listeners. And so yeah, we did see these patterns. So if you were to build your own thing, you have to decide based on what is the use case you are trying to solve. And yeah, so this is not blank. This is like you have to decide what thing you are trying to build, and then decide the approach. And cool. So if you have any feedback, you can tweet or you can find me on Twitter. You can also Slack me. On Slack, I'm Vatsal. I'm hoping there are no more Vatsals. But yeah, Vatsal Joshi is me on Slack. Cool. So, yeah, thanks everyone.
React India. React, React India. React India. React. React India. Yeah. React India. React. React India. 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 React India. React. React. React India. React India. React React India. 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 React React India. React India. React React India. React India. React. 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 React. React India. React India. 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 React. React. React India. React India. 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 React. React India. Yeah. React India. React. React India. 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 React India. React. React. React India. Yeah, 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 yeah. React India. React, 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 React. React, 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 React. React India. Yeah, 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 yeah. React India. React, 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 React. React, 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 React India. Yeah, 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 yeah. React India. React, React,